So I'll miss my companion.
Yeah.
I want to get a couple of ambles and teach a coyote a lesson. Like Wile E. Coyote always gets in there with an amble.
Oh shit, this is better down, yes. Oh, yep, of course. No more juice to the batteries. Ah. Definitely gonna want to get some new batteries for those. Okie dokie. Yeah. I like how both of these Bluetooths have pretty much the exact same sounds. The exact same sounds. Anyway, can I help you? Yeah. That sweet little tail and that sweet little face. Your sweet little everything. Why do you have to just be so damn cool? You need to stop at that. Cuteness is a little low-key unbearable. Oh, sweet onion nuggets tomorrow is gonna be public? Oh, fuck yeah. It's really gooey onion, the thumbnail looking like an onion. Oh my god. Oh, that's so nice. Oh, that's beautiful. That's just amazing. 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 It's a bubble. You're a sweet little boy. What you doing, boy? Huh? What you doing? Man, you just got so much shit all over you, bro. He's a dusty boy. Need a little bath, he does. He's a little bath. Little sweet boy. My poor little boy need a bath. Oh, man. There we go. Here, get some background on what's going on. Man, fucking weirdo. Weird little dog. Oh, look at that little face. Oh, that pretty little face of yours, Zukov. Oh my goodness. Oh. Wow. He's such a little grunt. Little grunt boy. Saw a couple things on the tube here that I kind of pull up in the background. I just kind of want to see some details about this whole like prayer in school shit, because I remembered about it the other day, but never went in detail to it. Ah, here it is. Yay! Oh, so much amazing shit. That's the name of the title. It's pretty much nothing about how like far-right Christian nationalists are just basically being pieces of shit, and it's like, okay. Yay. It's like, maybe we need to do a raid on Lindansfarne again. Christians are up and rowdy, and they're trying to exert their will on everything. And force everyone under their oppression. So, fuck that. Not exactly fond of it. I noticed much of like Clarence Thompson shit, basically like with what he's been saying and wanting to do. It's like that dude is pretty much like out and out himself as like, yeah, I pretty much just want to subvert the rights of just all Americans and not give a fuck. And just placate to this whole far right Christo-theocratic wing of our government and our people. Ugh. Just so gross. It's like, can we just like deport these people to the sun? Check this out. What is this?
Hey, get this. Our new series, More Power, covers how tools have evolved over the years.
Because
What
there's
the
always
fuck?
room for improvement.
What would you improve about yourself, Tim? Why mess with perfection?
Tim, Richard, and April are back. Wow! In a brand new series about the supercharged history of tools.
That's not a tool. That's a tool.
More Power, Wednesday, June 29th at 10.
Bruh. That's tomorrow. Oh my god, dude. Really? This almost feels like it's Mythbusters, but just about like the history of the fucking tool or whatever. Oh my. Hey! What the fuck? Fuck you. I almost expect him to start grunting like an animal. Dude, he is gonna start grunting like an animal. This town doesn't grunt after opening credits for More Power, we were riot. You know what? I have to agree. The best part of home for him was tool time. It seems like that is what the public still wants. Is that what this is? Is basically just tool time, just on home improvement? Oh. He's such a little grunt. I just love those little noises he makes. They're so cute. I would have been more enthusiastic if it were called Tool Time Presents More Power, but hey, I'm still watching no matter. Oh my god. You know what? You know what's fucking weird? I'm half tempted to watch this. I want to at least watch the first episode and just see how it is, you know what I mean? Because, oh boy. I just love this Giuliani thumbnail, dude. I just love that. You know that's a TJ thumbnail right there. And I love it. I can't believe Giuliani was threatened by a goddamn light little love tap on the back. I think I'll watch an episode, report back how bad it is. Well, it's going to be the first episode tomorrow, dude. We should see where we could watch it. Here, I'm going to find out. I want to see. I guarantee you the History Channel, and I know I can watch that on TV if I wanted to. Looks like just directly on the History Channel. Yeah. Yeah, series premiere Wednesday, June 29th at 10 to 9 Central, and stream the next day. Okay. Oh, wait. Here we go. Episodes are currently unavailable. Boo. But it's season 1, episode 1. It looks like the second episode premieres in June 20. Oh, wait, here we go. So the first two. Power Under Pressure is episode 1, and Blades. Dude, Blades. I kind of want to see that one. About, like, yeah, let me learn more. Yeah. This is like the mighty power of Blades. Starting in some they show what happens when a hand gets cut in a garbage disposal. Oh my god. Yo. Let's go. And make a home milling machine that you can build yourself. Oh. Later, they hit the road to check out massive industrial blades, including metal shearing guillotine. Ooh. And a mega shredder that tears up 600 cars an hour. It's cutting-edge stuff. Honestly, I might try to watch that episode. Dude, that episode sounds fun. Here, one of the things we'll start off the episode with. Here's what happens when your hand goes in a garbage disposal. Dude, okay. I hope Tim Allen's hand is in the garbage disposal. You know, well, dude, I will actually be disappointed if they don't at least act out the act. But if they at least make it look like his hand got shredded the fuck out of the garbage disposal and just made it whole, like, a thing out of it, I will be disappointed. At least give me the fantasy of it. Because obviously I'm sure for, you know, reality TV, you can't actually dispose, you know, put Tim Allen's hand in a garbage disposal, but we can make, like, you know, an act. Like, come on now. I mean, he is an actor after all. Put some of that to work. Oh, I'm just a good builder, and I need to just find more power. See, I'm just, you know, basically been smoking like 8 packs of cigarettes a day now. So, now I just basically sound like an animal. I just basically sound like an F-250. Oh, Tim. Dog at High Seas MC. What's up, man? Dude, there's a series premiere. I think I just missed you. Yeah, dude, I was off on mid shift. But yeah, dude, you just missed me checking out the... My bro got COVID, so I was giving him rations. Oh, damn. I saw your bro in a couple days ago. So it must have been recent. Damn, bro. Sucker for UFO shows. Man, if they still had, like, dogfights and shootouts and, like, modern marvels on that, Yeah, and shit. Like, dude. Hell, even if they just kept mail call but had somebody else do it, even though you can't really replace Armory Lee or Army Lee. I mean, you can't really replace them, but I mean, still, like, you can at least get somebody who can at least kind of fit the bill.
Yeah, Mr. Inway. Yeah, Mr. Inway.
Oh. Oh. I remember when History Channel was the World War II channel. But, dude, the entire, like, half of the early 2000s is basically nothing but World War II shit. Like, Hitler documentaries, or, like, what did Hitler escape to Argentina? Or, like, weird Nazi gold documentaries. Fucking, like, Normandy, offensive, documentaries. Like, the Stalingrad documentary. Like, or whatever the fuck. And there was basically, like, 50 of each different, like, pretty much 50 of essentially the same thing, but of, like, every different event for World War II, or just different topic that you could think of in World War II, and it's just like, oh my fucking god. It got, like, there every now and then there's actually some pretty cool ones. Like, I forgot what it was, but it was a more recent one. I don't think it was on the History Channel, but I think it was on some other channel. But maybe it was on his channel, I don't even know. But there was this pretty cool, kind of like docu-series about World War II from like the beginning of World War II to the very end of it. I think it was like an 8-part, 2-hour each documentary. And that's all bullshit like Ancient Aliens too. I fucking just, ugh. And it's just kind of proven at this point Ancient Aliens is literally just a bunch of snake oil salesmen and con grifters who all just kind of got together and just decided to kind of do this shtick. Like, at this point, they basically just kind of keep doing the same thing over and over again. And they just hope people keep watching, which apparently people do. I used to buy into Ancient Alien stuff, but then I realized aliens wouldn't be that dumb. And also just insults and undermines, like, ancient people's, like, fucking intellect, frankly. It's like, what? It's like, just because they didn't have the same comprehension about the reality around them like we do now, and the technology we do now, like, they're, like, somehow more dumb? Like, plenty of them are just as bright, as people can be today when it comes to intellect and smarts and shit. They just didn't have the tools or comprehension to really truly understand, like, everything, but I mean, if, they had the abilities and the tech to, figure shit out, they probably would. I suppose if those same people wanted to, I guarantee you they'd probably look at it and think, what the fuck is this, and want to get it away from them. Kind of surprised, honestly, the History Channel hasn't done any Ancient Aliens on, like, the fucking Vikings going to Vinland or some shit. You'd think, especially considering records are hella shoddy with that type of stuff, outside of the very little we do know, you'd think that they would have, like, a lot of random shit to speculate with. Which, funny enough, actually, for quite some time, there was a lot of intermingling and commerce and trade between Native Americans and Viking explorers. And there's straight up now, like, for a while now, been discovered a couple of different Viking settlements off in Nova Scotia and Newfoundland. And one of them is, at least, from what is able to be, picked together as the puzzle, be able to recreate a settlement of what it would look like, in the New World. And one of the main reasons is why the Vikings eventually couldn't stay there anymore was because of hostilities. And the main reason for that was, or at least the main theory is that because they had cheese, the Vikings and the Nords had goats and cows and cattle that would be used for cheese. And they were trading cheese with the Native Americans there, and at least, these indigenous peoples that they were trading with weren't acclimated to cheese, so they were lactose intolerant. So they thought the Vikings were poisoning them for some, because of that. Obviously, not knowing or comprehending that they just were lactose intolerant and just couldn't eat cheese, and it ended up being more aggressive and hostile towards, their, new Viking friends, basically. But for quite some time, there was a lot of different cultural exchange and back and forth between the two. Those ancient aliens is when they claimed the pilgrims encountered aliens who taught them how to grow corn. You gotta be fucking kidding me. No. That is actually, like the pilgrims, they got problems, but knowing how to grow corn ain't it. Like, they basically knew how to grow corn when they were incepted in the womb, okay? Like, they're fucking pilgrims, alright? Like, I mean, come on now. Like, what the fuck? Like, we knew how to grow corn since, like, probably since even before ancient Egypt. Like, Jesus Christ. Oh my god. And I guarantee you they probably say the same thing for that, too. Aliens are like what taught us how to grow corn, even though even Native Americans have been growing it around here, and been harvesting it, not like agriculturally wise, but as they find it in the wild and shit. Like, I mean, they would harvest it and knew how to grow it and tend to it. They just want to do it on like a mass farm level, like when it came to modernized agriculture, at least especially for back in those times. They like things like irrigation and shit like that weren't necessarily needs, because a lot of the natural environment for them were pretty much their natural irrigation. I also found an episode where they claimed pyramids were ancient nuclear reactors. I want to like do things physically to these people. I want to do things physically to people that claim shit like that. Because, bruh. What the fuck? I was actually watching some Vikings on YouTube, like some clips and shit. There's actually like a really cool, like I didn't realize like the final season, like the last 2 episodes was in Vinland, and I honestly thought it was really cool because of when they encountered the natives and shit. Which honestly, from what I understand, there's like a lot of inaccuracies, especially near the last half of the show. But frankly, as far as I'm concerned, like the show wasn't inherently about that. It was mainly about the sagas of Ragnar Lothbrok and the Sons, and for the most part they got that right, and that's kind of the main point. There's an episode where they claimed the Nordic gods were aliens. Oh my god! No, they're not. Jesus, these fucking people, dude. And they don't believe any of it. Oh, here. Can't believe they had over 10 seasons of Ancient Aliens. It was straight up fucking 10. Oh my god. And also, I'm pretty sure there's like an older guy with a big beard. I'm pretty sure that's meant to be Leif Erikson. So they have Leif Erikson as basically like a little cameo. And counting. There's, oh my god. This reminds me so much of the Pacific Northwest, too. I'm pretty sure that's Leif Erikson. And that's Ube Lothbrok, one of Ragnar's sons. Leif Erikson. Yeah. Or Leif Erikson. Leif Erikson. Yeah, but they eventually stumble upon this, native camp. I'm pretty sure it's the Ojibwe, or the Ojibwe tribe, I think. I'm probably horribly butchering that, like a fucking white boy. Honestly, what I love about it, despite being totally his Scottish doppelganger,
Oh, yes.
but frankly, despite you know, how these are like two totally fucking different cultures and vastly different languages and from different lands and shit, a lot of like, you know, what comes up in the next few scenes are honestly pretty insanely powerful, and probably the most progress when it comes to diplomacy that, you know, has ever been made in comparison to what any politician today could ever do with their thumb.
Yeah, you're going out there and eat some coffee. Take us to bed. Go eat some
A game of life and death.
The game of life and death. You got the big tent over there. Looks like a yurt. It's like, oh shit, it's gonna happen. What's gonna keep my ass company if I use my thumb for diplomacy? Exactly. So obviously, you know, they're coming out, you know, being like, oh fuck, who are these random strangers? So obviously they're gonna be getting their guard up and doing this. I mean, if you had random people you never seen before in your life just show up out of nowhere, I mean, you probably would too. Then you got this guy. Pay attention to what this dude here. This guy with his epic fucking drip for paint, dude. His face paint and clay paint is so awesome. Watch what he does. Watch what he demonstrates, you know, to these explorers. And that kid looks like he's shaking, like he doesn't even want to fire his arrow. So obviously these people don't want to actually be aggressive. And that just proved it. If you take an arrow and you break it and just lay it down like that, that just basically said a lot more than any word could say.
Yeah, that means you're not at war.
Well, yeah. This is the first encounter that the Vikings in the final season in Vikings, when they encountered natives in Finland. It's the first encounter they have, and one of the native like Sun leaders broke the arrow and laid it down, and it's like, hey, we like, we're not here to hurt you, and we don't want you to hurt us, you know, that type of.
That's the ultimate, you know. Okay, it's cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
Also, didn't the Vikings really hate the Catholics? Yes. Well, yeah. Well, at the time, they were just known as Christians. Like, the Catholic Protestant separation, like, that shit didn't happen yet.
Yeah,
But we're taught that Vikings were murder machines. While some truth to that, there were also humans capable of diplomacy, of course. I mean, honestly, to their heart, they're more or less explorers and traders. Like, they would trade and explore. Like, that was mostly what they were about. Like, when it came to hard times, like during the Viking eras, a lot of the reason why that happened was because of a lot of, I think there was some volcanic eruptions that happened around the time that made it very hard to grow crop and to, you know, have anything fertile for land. And so when they were exploring, at least in their eyes, you know, some of the New World being England and shit, and the Emerald Isles of Ireland and shit, a lot of that land is obviously very fertile. So, you know, to them, it's like, well, we're going to, you know, start raiding and start making our presence here because we want to be able to prosper and shit. You know, because back home, they were struggling to survive. Which is also a major role of how they eventually went to Iceland, Greenland, and to Vinland.
Feminine.
Tovi. Ragnar.
Managadu. Manahadi wick.
We don't want to fight you. We would rather make peace.
Huh?
It's the Vikings season 6.
Oh.
One of the, it's a scene from it, and I'm not actually watching the whole thing, just one scene out of it. Hey.
I think he wants us to go with him.
Let's go.
What?
Dude, that guy's paint is so cool.
Which one?
Oh, just one of these dudes who had like some black paint. It looked like some pork's paint. I like the Leif Erikson Santa Claus looking guy.
I wish it was shorter. It sits right about here.
I think there's a way to tighten it up if you want.
There is, I don't want to. It's just for you, but that's usually how people hold them.
Yeah.
Just like this.
You'll skip a little bit when they enter in here.
It's one of the things me and my dad used to do. Because we'd always hold our hands like this.
Hmm.
I always ask him, like, why the fuck do you do that? They are. Well, you gotta realize that's the way the police hold theirs too.
Yeah. It's kind of cool despite not knowing each other's languages at all yet. I mean, they've already been able to make a lot of peace and progress. They've been invited into the main HUD. Wait, you do.
What language is that?
I know there's actually some people in the comments that have mentioned it before. No, native. It's a
native.
Yeah, it's a native tongue.
I wish I would have known mine.
Ojibwe. Ojibwe. I'm Ojibwe, and my father tell me. So I think it's the Ojibwe language, or Ojibwe, because they were the indigenous tribes that were out in what's today's Newfoundland and Nova Scotia and shit.
This is the last of the rainbow.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Baby's like, yo, what's your drip? What's that ice you got on your neck? I want to check that out. Watch this other kid, because they aren't accustomed to beards, wants to pick his beard. Oh! Thought it was seaweed. Funny how a bunch of like more, you know,
Ooh, God.
older civilizations and peoples can get along a lot better than, you know, nations and governments today. Even if they meet for the literally very first time.
That one's a little... Right.
Oh, this little. And there's also another scene that's on YouTube where they do a cultural exchange, and they're also kind of sharing weapons with each other. And they also, there's like another scene where they have like a fun little laugh when the Northmen are showing off their throwing axes and their axes, and then the natives show off their type of bows, and basically, you know, obviously both very experted in their crafts and with their weapons. Essentially hit the bullseye and like hit it like right side by side of each other, and had a little laugh in that scene too. You know, so it's really cool shit.
Quit licking your peaches. They're gonna fall off sooner or later.
Also, the Vikings encounter Native Americans explains how some native tribes have legends of white people. Yeah. Because there is legitimate encounters in the past about, you know, between different native tribes and with at least, you know, a lot of Northmen back in what, like the 1060s and 1100s. I mean, the colonies that the Vikings established never lasted long, but, you know, again, it was just, you know, over time, as they continued to trade things, you know, and especially things like cheese and stuff, the natives started to think they were being poisoned, thus they were just like, yo, okay, fuck you. Even though they didn't realize that they were all lactose intolerant because they never ate cheese before. So they might have thought it was good, but realized, what is wrong with my gut? Why am I farting all the time? This isn't good. Those damn Vikings, they had something to do with it. It's one of those things where ignorance isn't actually bliss. But honestly, the show is really fucking amazing. Honestly, like, what happens to King Aelle after what happens with Lothbrok, with Ragnar, within the sagas and shit, it's just fucking amazing. Because they don't really show the battle, even though like Aelle is like heavily outnumbered and shit. But after the end of it, they pretty much, you know, have him dragged behind a horseback and shit, you know, trying to be like, yo, where did you kill our dad? And then basically performed the blood eagle on him where his dad died and let him just like hang there and shit. And it's like, damn, dude. Show's fucking like insanely metal as fuck at times and pretty insane.
I haven't watched it.
It's really good, honestly.
The one I couldn't get into is Game of Thrones.
Yeah, I never really got into that as much, and especially what I heard about the last two seasons, 7 and 8. No, I don't want to get invested into that. Now, if only we had explanations why South American tribes had legends of white people. Probably it could have potentially been passed down via word of tongue, you know, from as you know other tribes, you know, passed down as they traded intermingled. I mean, and also there's albinoism, you know, where there are, you know, occasional instances where people are
white. Yep.
Yeah, an albino. So, you know, like honestly, there, you know, to this day, like there are different tribes in Africa that will actually see that in the opposite way, where it's not like just white people, but like, oh, you can actually use them for like medicinal purposes. So they're actually like, you know, either or like they're possessed by demons, so you should kill them. Then you can use like their bones or something, you know, as like a medicinal elixir shit or something, you know, so or whatever the fuck, you know. But I mean, you know, there are, you know, because of like, you know, that type of thing, but I imagine there's also probably some, maybe not literally like that, but probably a role of, you know, legends of, you know, white people, or maybe maybe like, you know, smaller tribes of, you know, maybe outcasted people who are albino from other tribes, you know, got together. I mean, that's, you know, maybe, you know, hypothetically, but who knows? At least, you know, for Southern America ones, I mean, I would honestly, that would just be probably either like, you know, people who are outcasted by their, you know, other tribes, you know, because they're albino, and, you know, found others and kind of got together and just stuck with each other, or, you know, the word of like, you know, when the Vikings landed, you know, the word from, you know, the other tribes as they traded and intermingled with other natives. And as that eventually kind of bleeds down, you know, through the continent and into the southern continent, like, you know, eventually, you know, it's like a game of telephone. Like, they're not going to be like, oh, the Vikings, you know, like the Incas and the Tolmecs won't be like, oh, yeah, the Vikings that landed way in the far northlands. Like, they're not going to hear it like that. But they're going to at least hear some sort of, like, a vague, oh, there's, like, these, you know, like, these different, you know, white peoples that, you know, exist that, you know, potentially are out there, legend says. You know, it's like, that's how they're probably hearing it as. So, I mean, I don't know. I mean, that's what I would think. Because, like I said, it would basically be a gigantic game of telephone. I believe the Spaniards were gods and were gods and at first in a fight back hard. Well, yeah. And it was only until like their legitimate greed for gold and for the resources and the lands that surrounded them that these people had a plenty of, that is when they realized, wait a minute, maybe these people are actually kind of pieces of shit. And it wasn't just with Columbus, but Cortez as well. I mean, like, Hernando Cortez was a fucking vehement scumfuck piece of shit when it came to the conquistadors against the Mayans and the Aztecs and shit. It's just like, ugh, oh my god. Like some of the shit that him and under his rule during a lot of Spanish conquistador expansions and shit are just like probably at least the equivalent of like Columbus, I would say, but probably even worse because there was more guns and armor and fucking like, yeah, we're here to fucking fight. Because Columbus, initially showed up like, oh fuck, whoops, what's this place? And then it's like, well, hey, there happens to be a lot of gold. Let me bring this back, and maybe we could send more stuff. Cortez was like, I'm here with a gun. I'm here to fuck shit up. Like, I mean, so if anything, he was legitimately more brutal because of that. Aw, sleepy boy. I mean, I guess, again, in an instance where ignorance isn't bliss, they probably shouldn't have initially saw them as gods. When they saw those gigantic fat-ass boats, they probably should have thought, uh-oh, these are big beasts that are, like, spewing their, like, little demonic entities out, towards us. We need to repel them before they even land. Fountain Youth was a legend because a lot of pain, that caused a lot of pain. Is the Legend of El Dorado is another one. Not necessarily just surprised to fit. I mean, honestly, it kind of makes me think, like, if it wasn't for the random little happenstance things, like, the Vikings traded some cheese to the natives, and, they thought they were being poisoned. Like, if it wasn't for random shit like that, it makes me wonder, like, honestly, like, kind of how advanced, the different North Viking, like, colony societies would be like if they were able to be more permanent. Because if you think about it, like, if that were to be the case, then, like, these kingdoms, like the Kingdom of Denmark or the Kingdom of Sweden or the Kingdom of Norway, would probably honestly be a lot more powerful than we see them at, as today. Because there was actually at one point where the Kingdom of Sweden actually had a peak, and it actually was considered a legitimate superpower in Europe for a time. So, and also, during that time, had a colony, Christiandom, that I think was in modern-day Delaware, I believe. I think it went up along the Delaware River, and then they eventually sold it to, I think, the Portuguese, and then the Portuguese sold it to the British. And this is during, like, the 1600s, I believe. So, it's like, I mean, it's like, think if, like, Denmark or, like, Sweden had, like, Newfoundland and, like, Nova Scotia and, modern-day sense. I mean, because, honestly, that would just make, it would make a lot of the northern empires in Europe at the time very notorious to fucking mess with. If only the Kalmar Union hadn't failed, maybe Scandinavia would be completely united. I mean, it pretty much is now. It's not officially like one entire, union like the Kalmar Union, but, I mean, they all pretty much are completely united with each other. I mean, as far as I know, I don't think there's any, like, political, economic, or otherwise, like, any, like, issues, qualms, or ills, between the three different nations and shit. Even with Finland, like, I mean, it's like, I think I know Finland is Scandinavia, but being just right across from the Baltic, just hugging it, essentially, I mean, like, all four of those nations are pretty, like, we're all, like, in this together and shit. I consider Finland part of Scandinavia. I mean, regionally, it isn't. And actually, Finns would kind of get a little butthurt being like, hey, we're not Scandinavian. We're our own thing. Which they really are. I mean, they're a mixture of Scandinavians and the Rus and Slavics. So they're kind of like a mixture of both. And, mishmash of different, like, indigenous northern ethnic tribes that have been there, like the Sami and Sampi and shit like that. Though the Sampi and the Sami are more in Scandinavia directly, and mostly in, like, Lapland and Sweden and Norway. But they are also in Finland too, to a degree. I wish we had abortion in here right now, because I know he's, like, really into this topic. I was actually talking to him the other day. Seems like he's honestly not doing too bad right now, all in all. He can get his ass in here again. I need to start coaxing him and be like, hey, bruh, you should pop in on streams again. I mean, he's been telling me he's been busy too, you know, doing things, so. I mean, honestly, if anything, for me, that's just kind of a good thing in my mind. It's like, hey, you're starting to, you know, get your life a little busy and, you know, kind of working on some shit. I mean, that's some good stuff, anyway. Obviously, I don't know what all, you know, it is, but nonetheless, it's like, hey, yeah, some good shit. My sister thinks we're gonna assassinate Putin. Oh my god, dude. Dude, if somehow the U.S. got away with doing that shit, it would honestly be a World War III scenario. Like, that just would not be able to getting away with. The shitlibs are even more brazen. Two political action committees plan to push back against Portland Charter reform ballot measure. Oh my god, dude. Fuck these corporate little shitbags. One of them is a PAC launched by Commissioner Mingus Maps. That is the most unfortunate, embarrassing name I've ever heard somebody ever have. Mingus Maps, dude. Hi, what's up? My name's Mingus Maps. Bro, like, what a sad, fucking, embarrassing name. I would do. Well, how has this person not legally changed their name? Your first name is fucking Mingus, dude. Dude, this person was so bullied in high school. That person was so bullied in school. Like, guaranteed. Dude, this person's name is fucking Mingus Maps. Abortion is a Class A felony here in Bama, no exceptions. Well, Alabama's a fucking shithole. Though I think that just comes to no surprise. City Commission launched a political action committee last fall explicitly to promote charter reform. 20-point Portland assassin for rethinking our city. Okay. Bundling all reforms into a single ballot question instead of parsing them out into individual questions. Is abortion still legal in Oregon? Of course it is. If anything, our governor currently, Kate Brown, is actually, you know, saying we're going to enforce it and make it part of, like, the state constitution when possible. So, if anything, like, the West Coast entirely might have, like, all three states on the West Coast might have it, like, in the state constitutions. In the very near future, which it's a fucking good thing. It should be. Actually, abortion, there's actually no specific regulations on the limits on when you can or, you know, or how to get it done, frankly. As far as I'm aware. Like, there, you know, so hypothetically, I guess if you wanted to, you could get one at like 7 months or some shit. I mean, but at that point, you know, it's probably just better to, you know, maybe, you know, try to seek adoption purposes and shit, unless there is, like, you know, some medical emergency necessity that requires as such. I mean, you know, like, I know at least for me, when it comes to an abortion, it's like at a certain point, it's like, okay, I mean, you know, I definitely would heavily encourage other options, but at the end of the day, I don't really give that much of a shit. For the Republicans, they're going to try for a national abortion ban. Dude, if that shit happens, I guarantee you, especially in the West Coast, there's going to be some fucking riots. And I'm not even being hyperbolic with that. Like, there just will. Like, that's just going to be so goddamn brazen that, I mean, that honestly, I don't even... that'll start a civil war. This is what, like, honestly, this is kind of, like, frankly, it kind of would. Like, honestly, and this is what these fucking Christo-fascists are trying to push for and egg on. The feds will need boots on the ground to enforce on the West Coast. People who wouldn't stand for it, nope. Not one bit. And you know, depending on how rough and how intense people fight back against that shit, they would be violent about it. And there also would be vigilantes that, you know, that would be in place that would also be on the Fed side, being like, you goddamn heretics trying to kill life in the womb. And the Feds will let them get away with whatever they were going to do. So, yeah, it would honestly kind of get to that point. Their precious economy would be a complete shambles. Let it then. Honestly, like, in one way, like, I hope they're that fucking stupid, because if they do, oh my god, the fucking wrath of people being so pissed off would be so outrageous that they would have to either revert shit very fucking quickly and just accept the wrath of their own fucking base, or, you know, or just, you know, like, just face the wrath of everybody else. Banning abortion would definitely cause civil war. Abortion overwhelmingly supported on the West Coast. And by most Americans, frankly. Like, there's overwhelming support on a national level for protection of abortion rights. So, and considering, like, how there are a lot of people that are just, you know, so disenfranchised, even the Democratic Party, you know, considering how feckless and how do-nothing they are and shit. I mean, you know, they're not, like, I mean, people aren't just gonna fucking sit around and just, like, you know, do phone calls or, you know, just hold a sign hoping that, you know, someone does something.
Hey, hit play.
What the fuck is that? Well, I just gave it a heart, so there's that.
Might want to sing it note for note, don't worry. Be happy.
Okay.
I'll fuck these bitches and I'm fucking all these hoes. I'm eating pussy like it's Oreos.
Eating pussy like it's Oreos?
You already fucking know, bitch. Hey! Got all this paper, I don't go to class. Showed it look good with that double stuffed ass. Shoe made a gator, so I'll see you later. Your boy made the fade all. Your shit is trash. She only a 5 in the face, so her head get a bag and my time don't get waste. Give me a time and I'm pulling up.
Alright.
Like the taste. Ooh, how do you do that? Keep my shit wavy like do-rags. Make me your ex-man like Hugh Jack.
Alright. This is... If anyone should have been aborted, it's Trump Lamau.
What about this one?
I just got back home from the clinic and I'm afraid it's bad news.
Dude, the fucking, like... light ring really makes his eyes look demonic. Okay.
Don't know how I'm still alive or how I survived. She said I've got 5 nasty STIs. Got some in my balls, got some in my ass. What's worse is my weird ginger pubes are crawling with crabs. I've got herpes from a booty cup. I got syphilis.
Oh my...
I got chlamydia.
What?
And it's so, and I don't even know where I got genital warts. My pubes are rich.
Is this guy Quagmire?
Like I've created my own.
Quagmire moment.
My pubes are rich and now I feel like I've created my own zoo. Honestly, there's so many, I could probably cook up some seafood. It was only a kiss.
Oh my god. That lyric right there. Oh my god. So much that you can make seafood. That thought. Sweet Jesus. See, I wondered that. Like, how's that even happen? They tried, but the pharmacist gave him laxatives by mistake. Damn. Unfortunately, STD-free, which is shocking is very much a spot. Well, I mean, that's not necessarily not too shocking, because, I mean, that just means you have safe sex, and that's good.
What should I find?
Oh my god. The random memes that exist. Naps needs to be recalled. He literally ran on charter reform and now is spending big money to oppose it. He's a grifter. Well, of course he is. He's a corporatist shitlord that has no fucking principles. Just like the rest of these motherfuckers. He just happens to be on a local level with it. Like, it's why I have, like, honestly, a zero tolerance policy when it comes to, you know, shit like this. If there's, like, any whiff of, you know, griftiness or, you know, backpedaling or slippery snakeism and shit where it's like, oh, I'm actually in favor of this, but, not exactly, then it's like, nope, one strike, you're out. Like, no, Even if it ain't a strike, if it's like, oh, you got a ball instead of a strike, it's like, no, you're still out, fuck you. It's like, I ain't trusting that shit. I mean, it's just like, and one thing I've kind of noticed at AOC lately has been, you know, doing the whole calling for an impeachment of some of these Supreme Court justices, and it's like, man, why don't you go a little harder and, like, call for abolition of Supreme Court, girl? Why don't you do some shit like that? Like, come on. A group of my female friends are a part of sex withholding protests where they refuse to have sex with men because of the abortion situation. That's a very understandable situation. Honestly. At least until they get the fuck out of there. Another proxy war between progressives and shit libs. Yep. While there's a real, like, war when it comes to fucking social justice and labor justice and shit that is, you know, being fought against everybody, and yet these people would rather just sit around and eat their cake. It's like, no, it's fine. Always shit libs? No. Shit libs don't care about social justice, generally oppose labor justice. Yeah, essentially. They will vocally be like, oh yeah, I'm for, like, labor, you know, maybe. Yeah, like union stuff, that's kind of cool. Oh, well, you know, social justice, yeah, I'm in favor of that. When it suits me. Like, that's the main thing with these fucking people. It's like, it's always, you know, something that happens to suit their needs. Never something that, you know, is just, like, something they just happen to stand on principle. Because that is something that just doesn't mean anything to them. And frankly, I remember there's been times where, back on Twitch, I remember there would be people be like, oh, well, what does principle ever get you, huh? It's like, me being at least, you know, having a sense of actual, like, you know, like, you know, like a sense of dignity for myself, being like, yeah, at least, you know, I stand by my beliefs and I actually have concrete beliefs and I believe something and I, you know, go with it and stand by that instead of just going with the flow and being another cog in the sheeple machine when it comes to just vote harder. It's like, It's like, yeah, what's your shit accomplished? Same shit we keep having over and over and over again? Okay. Okie dokie. And then it's like, well, it's all we can do. And it's like, no, but okay. Okay again. It's just like, that's what I really hate. It's like, oh, it's, you know, what else can we do besides just kind of be mad about it and just kind of vote? It's like, I don't know, you can go fucking protests and shit. You can actually do some direct action, especially in the workplace and in the labor space. Because one thing that, you know, is, that it matters, you know, just as much as, you know, to, you know, women's shit is make sure they actually have a paycheck too. And to also make sure they have a paycheck to keep, you know, their, you know, reproductive rights and accessibility to that type of shit as well. When they need to, you know, go to the clinic and, you know, use some gas money and all that shit. You know, try to plan, you know, to maybe have a family but don't want to do it quite yet. You know, and all this other shit. Like, there's a sense of solidarity that kind of comes in with something like that, where it's like, you know, when you have, you know, like, you know, coworkers who, you know, are together and shit, and will, you know, kind of know each other's, you know, personal lives and their own plights and struggles, you know, even, you know, regardless of what the opinions are, you know, in those situations, they're going to be a lot more willing to stand in line with them. Seriously, shit libs exist just to complain to see power to the far right because they're pretty much just, you know, another form of fucking right wing. You know, like they're just another softer form of it. Why no Berlin have functional government? Form possible? How dare you? Something that actually will get shit done? How dare you? But why isn't anything happening? Why isn't anything happening that benefits me? This is what they really mean to say. So, if there's a reform proposal, it doesn't benefit them. That's why they're willing to concede to the far right and shit, because it doesn't actually, you know, break their fucking status quo bubble that they live in. I mean, that's why, if anything, they're willing to just kind of let their shit, you know, roll on and, you know, keep doing what they're doing, especially as it stands now. In a way, they kind of benefit from it, especially on the national political stage. Like, you know, a lot of these fucking DNC lobbyists and people like Pelosi are literally rock hard like diamonds and shit. You know, the fucking, you know, ready to get fundraising going and shit. Because that's all that matters to them, is how to make more money. In this type of situation, it's perfect to make sure that they can, you know, get more lobby dollars and more investments and donations out of people. How to shovel more money to business interests is really what they mean. Yeah. Which is more or less basically just them. Because they're all part of that. Oh, little sleep boy. And let's discuss those Democrats fundraising to repeal the vote and not doing anything about it while they can. Yeah, it makes me think redactable things. Very redactable things. Because frankly, it's fucking ridiculous as fuck. Knowing that this shit can just continuously go on over and over again. And frankly, that there are people still are willing to play the fucking ball. I mean, because I've seen a lot of people, you know, during these protests and shit that get interviewed by different, you know, like, outlets and shit. A lot of them be like, it's the Democrats' fault, and they actually ought to be, you know, literally be doing something, so screw them too, basically. But they'll be like, yeah, but this election's I'm voting blue. It's like, oh my god. I mean, it's like, what, you think, you know, vote for these same fucking people over and over again are actually gonna, like, do anything? They're just gonna keep doing the same shit. I mean, it's like, it makes me just kind of, like, more or less disappointed than anything, because, like, I mean, you have all this, like, angst and anger and rage and shit, and yet you still are gonna, you know, put that aside and just, like, you know, basically be like, oh, yeah, I'll vote for him still. It's like, why don't you have the premise of, you know, hey, you don't get my vote unless you earned it from me. I'm done with federal Democrats. They can fuck off when they come crying for my vote. Get shit done if you want my support. Yeah, exactly. Vote didn't really change anything to outlaw it. Another quote is, what is it? It's, I know it's a Lucy Parsons quote. Here, hold on. Never be deceived that the rich will allow you to vote away their wealth. That's the quote, Lucy Parsons. I'm voting third party again unless Dems actually freaking earn my vote. Yeah. State vote level. State level voting can't change shit. Oregon got legal marijuana and decriminalized drugs via popular vote. Democrats would never have gotten that done on their own. Yep, never would have. Because either they have no interest in doing so, or they just literally don't give a fuck. More likely, they just straight up don't give a fuck. It's not something that's on their forte of issues. I found a 9.5 dumb blonde beer and it's getting me fire. Firelit, nice. I was kind of tempted to maybe have a drink, but I was just like, nah. Oh my god. AK guy. Come on, dude. No. No. No, 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 no. I love the thumbnail, like, implying that this will happen if red flag logs are established. Like, no, 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 no. No. Just nope. I already know what that's gonna be filled with, and it's nope. I don't even, do I even want to click it? Because I know the comments will be cringier than shit. Oh my god. If red flag laws are for dummies, and oh my god, being anti-red flag law must be the most severe mental handicap one can have. So, I mean, if being in favor of red flag laws makes you a dummy, that's truly saying something if you're against red flag laws. That's truly saying something about the mental capacity of one's being right there. Unfortunately. It's just, what the fuck? It's like, yeah, red flag laws are dummies because the fridge is right. Like, you know, anyone can basically be like, I don't like this person, so they shouldn't have a gun. Thus, you get SWAT team, you know, to basically just be like, you know, ATF on top of that, just like bone her up, you know, just better to, you know, just steal your guns and never get them back ever again. It's like slippery slope, they're there to take him away. It's, oh my fucking god. It's like, frankly, I mean, depending on how you do them, they don't even necessarily have to be inherently a permanent thing. Like, you can have rehabilitative measures and routes within red flag laws where it's like, hey, maybe you're a red flag now, but if you can show and prove that, you know, you can, you know, not be a risk, then, you know, then okay. But I think Oregon has something like that, because I was reading up about it, and Oregon, I think, is one of the states that has red flag laws, and a part of it is that, like, let's say somebody might be, like, depressed or something, you know, and maybe for, you know, and maybe something very tragic happened in their life where they might be suicidal. Well, you know, that person might not necessarily be, like, a red flag for the rest of their life. You know, they might be for a period of time, so, you know, in a sense, you know, something like that would be like, okay, you know, at least in the meantime, until, you know, you've kind of shown and proved that, you know, you're going to be okay, you know, not be a red flag case, then, you know, you can have them back. You know, because at that point, they would just be safely secured away at, like, the sheriff's armory or some shit. Or something like that. You know, so, I mean, it's like, depending on how you fucking do red flag laws, frankly, I mean, they can really be a temporary thing, depending on the case. Obviously, you know, for some people, it won't, you know, but for others, sure. You know, so it's just like, I mean, it's so fucking dumb. It's like, huh, maybe red flag laws aren't for dummies. Maybe it's for people that actually have a brain and actually know things and have nuance. It's like, give me a fucking break. I'm drinking 5% Twisted Tea and I'm not drunk at all yet. Y'all making me want to grab something. Fuck you. Fuck all of you. It's like, honestly, a part of me doesn't really, it's like, I don't really want to, because I'm like, I'm kind of good. But you're all making me want to at least have, like, one. But then I'll have to, like, get up and leave for a bit. and maybe force my roommate to, like, hang out here for a minute. But do I really want to do that, though? Because I'm pretty nice and high. Daddy 7-Eleven. Well, they have Twisted Teas there. And one of those tall cans will get me nice and doozy. Not like drunk, but nice and doozy. She sends her roommate for alcohol. Field trip stream, show off the new road. I don't want to dox myself. That's kind of the thing, though. If I show off the new road, there's gonna, like, well, be landmarks of like, oh, well, this is where he's at, huh? It's like, I don't, you know. I don't really necessarily need that. Because if it was a field trip, I would literally have you in my fucking pocket the entire time. Like, I would probably I'll, like, you know, be holding you, like, with the sky facing upward, or literally with the camera facing just straight down. Ignar's gonna have to dox himself to me eventually. Well, yeah, I will. But I'm not doxing at that point. It will be your eventual future address. At least for the meantime. Gift for fake street names. Now over there is Jim Bourbon Street. Just be like, yeah, so this is a Queensdale Road right here, you know, right, you know. And this right here is Jackson. Actually, I think there is, not around here, but I actually think there is a Jackson Street around here somewhere. Not like around in my area, but I think across town. Not like downtown Portland, but in my little downtown area, I think there's a Jackson Street or some shit. I don't fucking know. That one is South Adeline Safeway Avenue. There's a Jackson Street downtown. Yeah, I kind of figured. If you look to your left, you'll see Methamphetamine Mountain. Well, luckily, it is really not necessarily, you know, like that around here. That's probably more of a southern thing right there, I tell you what, boy. Like, I'm just random poll on YouTube. It's like, do you feel lonely? Yes, all the time. Very often, sometimes, rarely, never. I just gotta put rarely. Because I'm around people all the fucking time. Like, if anything, I actually want to have some outright alone time. Some days. What would be Mount Scott? Maybe. But it'll because people smoke meth there, not because there's meth being made. So. Oh. This quote I heard today that, like, depression is like a big fur coat. It's made of dead things, but it keeps me warm. Yeah, I mean, in a way, that's kind of true. What in the fuck? Dylan Burns TV. Debating trans woman on if femboys are transphobic. Femboys are transphobic, guys. Alright, femboys, wrap it up. Your time is done. You're transphobic. Get out of here. Like, what the fuck? I've never heard that take before. Apparently, unironically, it is a take that somebody does have out there in the world. I would think, you know, it would be one thing to be like, it's degenerate filth and gay. But transphobic, okay. You know what? I'm actually curious. I want to, like...
When I am being a woman, that is my genuine identity. When someone is a drag queen or cross-dressing or whatever, that is not their genuine identity, so mine trumps the others. I'm sorry. Me being myself is more important than someone not being themselves. And
wait, who is this? Is this fucking... Is this like Riley Grace Rashawn or whatever her name is? She sounds like a served out one solution to change benefit her personally. Okay, it sounds like there's okay, but I already have like so many issues with it. Like, what? Oh, you know, if someone's in drag or cross-dressing, that's not their genuine identity. Says who? Like, fuck you. Like, yeah, it is. Like, just, like, it's like, yeah, just, yeah, it is. Like, yes, it is. Like, you know, if somebody, you know, personally, wants to express, you know, some of their femininity as a male by cross-dressing or being in drag or some shit, or being a femboy, then that's a part of their expression of identity, and thus who they, like, oh my god, okay, well, I think I feel like that just right there was summed up, because Jesus Christ, I don't think I could get through 52 minutes of this back and forth, or 50-something minutes whereabouts, while there's also, I guess, these random two ladies that he's watching at the same time. Twitch streams sometimes look like they're fucking chaotic, but also my shit is too. But, oh my god. How in the, like, it's like, oh my god, like, men who cross-dress and are, like, you know, being femboys, or being in drag, that's not part, you know, of their identity, and they're just stealing, like, you know, the female woman identity. Even though I'm a trans person, and there's women who literally make that exact same talking point against people like me, though. It's just like, okay, you're a fucking moron. You literally are just arguing against yourself. Like, quite literally. Because she would not be saying the same shit if she was arguing with a TERF. Straight up. She would not be saying that shit. She would be saying the exact opposite. But if it's drag queen or femboy or crossdresser, then better, you know, let me take some notes on those TERF arguments and, you know, replace it with femboys and drag. It's like, ever heard of femboy hooters? Yes, I'm aware of that meme. I'm honestly surprised that meme is still around. Though low-key, I would unironically want that to be a thing. Not even kidding. I'd be okay with it. Femboy hooters. Let's go. I'd totally eat at a femboy Hooters. I mean, it's just gonna be Hooters, but just femboys. So, I mean, it's basically just eating at Hooters. Here, let's see, whatever else. Grantham made a video testing President Biden's 9mm blow the lungs out the body statement. Oh my god, he's a dimensional adult old man. This is elder abuse. Come on, Grantham, this is elder abuse right here. Come on, Jack, no malarkey. No malarkey, Jack. You know, you're just gonna blow the lungs out the body, Jack. No malarkey. I'm just all dimensional fat. Listen here. I'm gonna take the rusty razor chain blades and put you in the sun, Jack. I tell you what. And I'll do it in 120 days. Need time. Come on, man. Because let me just tell you, malarkey fat Jack, there's people out there and they're asking why? Why, man? Why we don't get done? And I tell you, it's because you got, you know, people buying those 9mm that blow the lung out of the body. I tell you what, Jack. Now I'm doing elder abuse to him. I mean, honestly, it's kind of obvious that, like, he doesn't know what he's talking about, because, frankly, he's an old fuck. Like, he's an old bastard that just is barely cognitive in there. Like, I mean, it's not even because, oh, he does do good. It's literally not even because of that. It's just because he's a dementia adult. Fuck, he barely recognizes his own sentience. Like, so, I mean, of course he's gonna say random shit like, you know, blow the lungs out your body. Or some shit. I'm sure, I mean, Grantham made the video as a meme. But, still. Isn't Femboy Hooters just Denny's? No. I don't think so. Elder abuse is okay if the elderly person is letting nation fall apart and funding multiple genocides. You know what? That's true. You know, I have to agree with that. What thumbnail is this? Man, dude, what is YouTube recommending me right now, bro? I could tell this is some fucking NFT garbage fucking shit. And what is that? The fuck is that, man? Because that's actually traumatizing me. What the fuck is it, and where's the Flammenwaffe? So I could purge it from our existence. NFTs are finally dead. Oh, please, sweet Jesus, God, let them. Now, like, oh my God, what is this? Hold on. We gotta, like, kind of skip around and see this shit. Fuck, that. What the fuck, man? They're still making these? Ah! Is that weird shirtless man? I don't know. Let's just find that. Like, what is this? It's Gorilla, but his, like, fucking long-lost inbred cousin. Jesus. It's Bubba Gorilla. Oh my God, it truly is Bubba Gorilla. Fucking hell, dude.
You're grooming as shit. Hey, that's my kid, fat fuck. The name's Fat Fucking Ape. Who do you...
Oh my God. Okay, I totally don't want to Roblox myself. I hate to meet the person who made that shit. Dude, there's like some video that I remember checking out where there's actually like some deep shit about like the people who founded all this NFT Bored Ape shit, where there legit is like unironically some far right Nazi symbolism and shit. Like, just actually the way the apes are themselves is actually kind of a part of it when it comes to I forgot what it's called. I think like if you look at artwork of how they depicted like, you know, black people back in, you know, old artwork and shit like that. I mean, dead ass, look at that and then look at these and tell me there ain't, you know, like some I don't know, some influence. And where the fuck is the weird baby thing? Like, is it in here at all? Is it near the end? Did he save it for the end? Oh my God, I don't want to, like, look for this whole thing. I don't want to, like, actually watch this. It just looks like torturous hell. Some of it made sense, but the dude who made that video was a little psychotic, lol. I mean, I haven't seen the entire video, but I saw at least, like, the first 30 minutes of it. I'm just like, yeah, honestly, there's a little too many connections to be like, it's just, like, you know, a meme. I want to say that, like, all, like, NFT shit or whatever the fuck is like that, but this Bored Ape shit specifically seems a little sus. See, I mean, not just for the whole grifty billionaire grift shit. The end is the most psychotic part. Okay, so I should probably check out the near end of it then. Where is the fucking demon baby thing? Is it not actually in here at all? Did I get jebaited? Was I jebaited? I think it was jebaited. It was some jebait. Oh, wait. Was it somewhere over here? Again, I really don't want to watch this entire thing, so I'm trying to just, like, skip to the frame where it... Oh, God, there it is. Okay, it was near the end. Well, okay, now I really want alcohol. Oh, my God. Oh like, burn it with fire. Burn it with, like, if, alright. You know, alright, man. You see that demon Bitcoin baby right there? Yeah, Sergeant. Well, goddamn it, I don't want shit. Call some F4 fans, get some napalm on that son of a bitch. Fucking demon Bitcoin Fortnite kids. Like, my ear actually feels like it was just, like, assaulted. Like, my ear unironically felt assaulted just hearing all of that. And, oh my god, okay. Wow. Oh no. Oh my god, I feel uncomfortable now. I don't even know. Just cleanse that in just ever-ending, just everlasting fire that just doesn't end. Just have it like a permaflame. Because, oh my god, that it doesn't deserve anything other than that. Oh my... I'm actually, like, fucking, like, disturbed by that. Like, seriously. Like, my god. Oh, are you dreaming? What? Aww. Oh, he's twitching his legs so much. He's getting something. He's dreaming something up. Oh. Oh. Can't believe Supreme Court ruling about parent school should going downhill fast. Yeah. And of course, just before a lot of the whole Roe v. Wade shit in the first place, they also did a ruling where cops don't have to, read you your Miranda's rights. So that's nice. That's just great. Which, frankly, like, we were mentioning earlier that it's, like, frankly, like, honestly, a lot of these far-right Christo fascists, because they're, frankly, a fucking death cult, they're, like, egging on the idea of probably potentially trying to cite, like, some more Civil War-esque, fucking measures on this type of shit. Because, I mean, if they were to try to do something like a national abortion ban, which, frankly, there's already been a lot of fucking politicians, current and former, that already are, like, outwardly advocating that, as it stands right now, to the point where that would most certainly bring about, a very severe fucking downfall into some shit when it comes to that. I mean, because at that point, it wouldn't just necessarily be feds, versus, the people and shit, but there'd also be a lot of Christo-fascists and far-right nationalists themselves that, think, the old left, it wants to literally destroy and kill all babies in the womb and use their adrenochrome for their deep state pedophilic blah bullshit, whatever weird garbage conspiracy filth they want to leech off and cancerify society with. I realized recently that this possibly wouldn't have happened if Hillary was elected, because she would have got appointed justice instead of Trump. As much as I hate her, I have to wonder. I mean, though at the same time, would the economic conditions change? And also, would things like, escalating with Russia and things in Ukraine, would that change? Would us getting out of Afghanistan actually have happened? I mean, there's a lot of... it's an interesting thing to ponder, but she also, herself, isn't necessarily like an outright, pro-abortion, pro-choice rights advocate herself. I mean, more tacitly, but not like, 100%. She doesn't exactly have a strong record with that. Oh, did you wake up? Did you wake up, little sleepyhead? No. A little goofball. Oh. Should I feel party pressure would it cost her a point more social level justice? Though they would have been economically conservative, so it wouldn't change the economic problems. Yeah. I mean, it is, you know, I guess, like, an interesting thing to wonder about, but, I mean, I think, you know, having a preservation of a few things for the continued degradation and probably even further degradation of other aspects, I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's still kind of an interesting thing to ponder about, because, I mean, who knows, like, what negatives really could come from, you know, a Hillary presidency. And likely it would have been 2 terms, not 1. Well, depending on how she acts in the first term. She actually probably would at least do shit. I mean, I'll give her that. Would a lot of that be good? No. But she would at least be doing shit. So then they can at least look like they're doing something. So I suppose I can give her that. But at this point, she just needs to go the fuck away. That demonic, freakish demon lizard. It's not really useful to think about, honestly, but I keep wondering. Yeah. Most certainly, because honestly, it's just because it mostly is about, like, well, you know, the lesser evil that, you know, we were looking at last time could have been better, so what if? You know, it's like, well, you know, what about, you know, like the future and the current present, you know? But, I get what you mean, though. But there's a lot of people that use that as more of a smug, being like, oh, see, if we voted for the other person, then this would have happened. You know, there's just people who are just straight up, like, condescending fucking shitlib dickbags about things like that, so it's... I mean, you know, look at them being like, okay, yeah, sure, buddy. It's like, yeah, maybe hypothetically, but realistically, chances are there wouldn't be that much of a difference outside of a couple aspects. That's why it matters more so about, like, you know, the current situation. Which luckily, honestly, if things keep going the way it is, more and more people are going to be probably likely being either more unified on these type of things or sitting out, frankly. You know, a lot of people would just try to sit out and just kind of, you know, and just kind of ride it out and hope, you know, nothing, you know, happens to them directly and shit. But, you know, for the people that, I guess, in a sense, kind of pick the side that they're on and shit on those fronts, I mean, there's going to be a lot of a, you know, aspect of unification to it, and there's going to be a lot of progress on both elements, because there's already from the far right and shit on this front. And, you know, to a degree on the left when it comes to labor and at least organizing on women's rights and shit. Oh my fucking god, Zukov, seriously? You're freezing your peaches? Wow. Well, those going to be just glaring in the background for me. Great, nice. Thanks, bud. What a goof. I would show him right now, but his speeches. His little pages. Well, they're actually not little, but... you aren't here. You know what? Which one of these do I want to click on first? This weird thing about Trumperoni lunging at a Secret Service agent? Or, we'll do that later. So, not enough to make me vote Democrat. Yeah, definitely not.
Okay, what we witnessed on Friday is the cowardice of the Democratic Party catching up to them, all right? They know what Republicans have been planning for decades. Republicans have never hidden their agenda. They have shown and told us what play they are going to run, and for some reason, Democrats never craft a defense to stop it, all right? I mean, we didn't just get here yesterday, people. Yes, it's easy to point the finger at Donald Trump, Mitch McConnell, and say, yeah, they put 3 judges on the Supreme Court. That's true. But I feel like the cowardice and inaction from Democrats caused a lot of this. I have a million questions that people smarter than me can answer. Okay, why didn't President Obama codify Roe v. Wade like he said he would when he was on the campaign trail?
That was Charlemagne the God of the Breakfast Club.
I mean, Obama did that too.
Frustration that we're all feeling after seeing the Democratic Party's pathetic response to the Supreme Court striking down Roe v. Wade. And he's right to question Obama's role in this as well, because Obama on the campaign trail...
Who's this guy? This is mainly Mike Figueredo of the Humanist Report, but that was Charlemagne the God on the Breakfast Club. And frankly, what he was saying was pretty much based and true. Because, like, hey, if you want us to, like, show up for you, you gotta actually do something, and y'all are kind of cowards and fucking do nothing, because these people have been doing this shit and been planning this for a long time. And yet y'all just want to expect us, to come out and try to, just go harder for you. Like, fuck you. Do something for us, bitch.
Was elected, well, he had a change of heart. Take a look.
Well, the first thing I do as president is sign the Freedom of Choice Act. That's the first thing. Now, the Freedom of Choice Act is not my highest legislative priority.
So Democrats, they should have known that this was the Republican Party's plan all along, and to feign outrage all of a sudden as if you're surprised by this, how are you surprised by this? And what's bad about the situation is that our leaders in the Democratic Party haven't gotten any less feckless as time.
You gotta try to trap Kamala Harris in that interview. Yeah, which I honestly thought was kind of funny because Kamala Harris was just like, I got audio issues and, we need to actually kind of cut it short. Even though Charlemagne's like, I can kind of hear you and see you just fine. I mean, it sounds like you're just trying to cut yourself off and get out of here, huh? It's like, I mean, he was just like, yo, what the fuck?
Pelosi read a poem in response to Roe v. Wade being overturned. They were literally on the Capitol steps singing God Bless America, bizarrely so. And I don't know how to even process this information. It feels like we're in a parody movie where Democratic Party leaders are so ridiculously cowardly and feckless that the situation feels hopeless. It's completely hopeless. It's so bad that even people who aren't typically political are seeing how bad the Democratic Party is responding to this. For example, gaming industry's Cliff Blazinski writes, Republicans have lost their fucking minds and Democrats have no fucking balls. I fear for this country. We all see it. Even people who don't follow politics, who are traditionally loyal to the Democratic Party, are saying, what are you doing? Now is the time to act. Why are you not fighting right now? Why are you telling us that we need a bigger majority? Biden is the president. We have a Democratic president, and the Supreme Court just overturned Roe. Do everything in your power right now to protect a woman's right to choose. And this woman who was on MSNBC protesting at one of the rallies over the weekend put it perfectly.
So talk to me first about why it is you wanted to come out here today, because something that struck me was when you were speaking earlier and you mentioned your anger because you had received a text message from the Biden campaign. Why is that?
So I received a text message from Joe Biden's campaign yesterday saying that the Supreme Court had overturned Roe versus Wade and that it was my responsibility to then rush $15 to the Democratic National Party. And I thought that was absolutely outrageous because my rights should not be a fundraising point for them or a campaigning point. They have had multiple opportunities to codify Roe into law over the past 20, 30, 40, 50 years, and they haven't done it. And if they're going to keep campaigning on this point, they should actually do something about it.
She is absolutely right.
Based. Like, honestly, that's some base shit right there. And honestly, like, those two chicks look like, you know, they'd be hella fucking dope to hang out with and smoke weed with. I'm not even gonna lie. Like, they look like they hella smoke weed, and I wanna, you know, it's like, yo, let's light up a blunt. What's up? You know, it's just like, you know, like, I mean, they just look like the chick on the left hella looks like, you know, she's a stoner. Like, kind of like, she has, like, the gothic stoner vibe a little bit. Like a gothic hippie stoner vibe. A little mixture of, like, the trifecta. Democrats are now to the right of Nixon, who was considered pretty conservative at the time. Yeah, it's straight up, dude. For real. Like, I mean, honestly, it makes, like, I mean, especially after the Patreon episode that DFAT Fry did on Nixon and shit. And then just kind of looking more into him on my own time and stuff. It's honestly, like, he's definitely kind of a quirky, interesting character, really. The girl on the right was a baddie. They both are, honestly. They're both based. Dude, chick on the right is actually straight up more thick. What the actual fuck? France is taking stronger stance against the U.S. Supreme Court than Democrats are. They're planning to enshrine abortion rights in the Constitution as an extra safeguard. Just in case, you know, the far right take influence in their country, they're just like, well, we'll make sure that they don't repeat what the U.S. does. It would be a non-constitution, you sons of bitches. Take so-called dick, so-called baguettes. So-called baguettes, oui, oui. Sacre bleu. Sacre bleu, you this. Watch them be like, hey, we want our Statue of Liberty back. It's like, hey, we like to have our statue back. We don't deserve it anymore.
At this point, they should actually do something about it.
She is absolutely right. It is downright insulting that Democrats have the audacity to ask their base for money to fight this when we have had decades where the Republican Party have broadcasted their intent to overturn Roe v. Wade.
I mean, they've basically been broadcasting it literally since the very fucking start.
Saying right now we want to go further. We want a total ban on abortion, and we're going to overturn Obergefell v. Hodges, make gay marriages illegal, make gay intimacy illegal, and ban contraception. And what is the response from Democrats? Well, you have to give us more seats in Congress if you want us to codify Roe. Okay, but
they'll trade Jay up for the Statue of Liberty, even though he's Canadian. Well, I mean, JF wants, like, Quebec, though. Like, he wants all that. Like, he wants to be, like, you know, he's kind of a weird Quebec-y nationalist type. Did you just maybe think of JF, you know, after, you know, honestly, after all these years of not really thinking about him? Lick the leg. I like to lick the leg of the women who are intellectually inferior to me, so I can manipulate and take advantage and abuse them. Items they have for Trash Island, Ethno State. Dude, I still yearn for that. Let them have it. Like, just kind of partition a little bit of, you know, like, you know, do an experiment, see if we can, like, solidify some of it to be, like, you know, land base, and let them just, you know, live on it, yeah. See if we could do it for the whole Trash Island patch.
Of power, we have a Democratic administration, and there is no shortage of strategies
that guy, like,
that
hairs
Biden
all
can
up
implement
in this bitch.
unilaterally via his pen to make a difference. Here's some of them. As Peter Sullivan of The Hill explains, Senators Elizabeth Warren and Patty Murray led a group of 23 other Senate Democrats calling on Biden to explore a range
Billy in the fridge? Yeah, it was Billy.
Of executive
I remember actually watching an episode. It was like a DP episode.
Including,
I think it was like a debate that they did after the DP split, obviously, and it was like with JF and like some other dude.
To be performed on federal property and providing vouchers for women to travel out of state to get an abortion. As extremist judges and Republican politicians intensify their efforts to strip Americans of their basic reproductive freedoms, you can demonstrate to the country and women everywhere that you will do everything in your power to fight back.
I'm gonna go rewatch that shit. It's been years since I've seen it, dude. I know it has been a while. Old DP, honestly, is definitely a lot better than, you know, a lot of more modern DP and shit, I must say. I mean, even some of the more early, you know, DP with Billy and shit is honestly better, you know, in some ways. I mean, you know, like, if anything, it just kind of feels like, you know, Rope, you know, just kind of feels like the same thing, you know, that they just kind of keep doing. So it just kind of, you know, in a way loses the charm nowadays. But some of the old stuff, though, I mean, I guess the charm is still there, you know, for those things.
In a letter this month, the Congressional Black Caucus called on Biden to declare a public health emergency around abortion to utilize additional flexibilities and deploy resources where necessary. Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, speaking at a protest on Friday, called it the babiest of the babiest of the baby steps, in addition to even more far-reaching steps like expanding the Supreme Court. The pressure is a test of how far...
I mean, oh my God, we don't need the babiest of steps. I mean, Jesus Christ, I'm like, I mean, this is why I'm honestly don't care for her anymore at all. Because, like, I mean, why, instead of baby steps, why don't we do, like, some Olympic fucking, like, jumps and shit? Like, you know, like, can we just start doing that, maybe? Yeah, some of it aged poorly, but old episodes are fun to rewatch every once in a while I'm at work. Oh, yeah. Every now and then I'll go rewatch the Contradictions of a Gourd Believer. That one's a nice classic.
Of his party outraged and demanding action. The president, a Catholic, has had, at times, complicated history on abortion. For example, reversing his support for the Hyde Amendment, banning federal funding for abortion amid controversy in 2019 during the Democratic presidential primary. Biden's response to the ruling so far has emphasized calling on the public to elect more Democrats in November so that Congress has the votes to codify Roe v. Wade into law, rather than executive action. And it's not just...
Even though they do, and also they can fucking, you know, he could do both, frankly. It's like, Jesus Christ. This is honest, like, he honestly is our modern day James Buchanan, dude. Like, oh my God. Because if you don't know who James Buchanan is, well, that's the point. Like, he's basically the do-nothing, did fuck all prior to a civil war, by the way. You know, that, you know, basically allowed shit to get worse and worse, you know, nationally and shit that led up to what we saw, you know, historically with Civil War after him. And, I mean, obviously I don't think he's literally that exactly analytical, but he pretty much is like a modern Buchanan.
Amendment. Biden has a history of speaking out against abortion. So, do you still not support abortion? Is that why you're not really acting currently? What is it? He refuses to act. Now, to be clear, there are some minor things that he's willing to do with executive order, but his administration has been incredibly clear about their apprehensiveness, I guess you could call it, of wanting to use executive action because that could be something that is bad when it comes to their goal of saving the right to reproductive health in this country.
Even though they were doing not just really with reproductive health rights, but just on, you know, on general level, Obama was doing that type of shit, executive orders left and right, especially near the end of his tenure, like during his administration. So what the fuck is this? All of a sudden, oh, and now it's bad. It's like, fuck you, do it!
Biden has highlighted his executive powers to protect abortion medication availability by mail and the right to interstate travel for an abortion, steps that the rest of his party have cheered. But his team argues that there are sharp limits to his executive powers to protect abortion access. Administration officials stress the White House needs to mount a public response that's realistic about its limits to avoid doing long-term political or practical harm to their goals. So they are honestly arguing...
And they don't even have any in the first place, so go figure. I think it's personally pretty conservative. He's an aerial Catholic who says some racist shit as well. Yeah, because he is. Like, he is an old fucking conservative. Like, I mean, essentially, he's like an 80s, 90s era conservative. That's essentially is what he is. I mean, it's honestly not really that, you know, unusual knowing that he basically acts like it when it comes to his actions. He was a Catholic when the Catholic Church had heavy ties to Nazis. Interesting. But yeah, he's gonna crack down on a lot of those Nazis and white supremacists and those rebels, man. Yeah, we got like that January 6th thing. Listen, Jack, we'll take care of them. Which frankly, I honestly hope that, you know, shit does come to fruition from that, because that would at least actually be fucking nice. But, I mean, as it stands now, you know, we'll have to see, because it, you know, for, you know, like, For all I know, it could just basically just be all a PR stunt. But I mean, maybe something can come to fruition from it, and I would hope for that. I'd like to. And very serious shit.
No, you have to
Counterproductive for Biden to do executive action because that could in theory backfire and jeopardize the Democratic Party's long-term goals. First of all, I don't know what those long-term goals are. It's shocking to think the Democratic Party even has long-term goals. In fact, I'd argue they don't have long-term goals because they haven't demonstrated that they have any long-term goals. But second of all, you're honestly arguing that inaction is going to be better to achieve your long-term goals. Roe v. Wade was just overturned. When are you going to wake up? Republicans are broadcasting to the world that when we take control...
Hey, look, hey, calm down there, you commie. Calm down, buddy. Like, look, we just need to be, we just have to just vote harder, okay? You just gotta, be a little bit more blue no matter who. We gotta just, have more of us in power, and then, we can get stuff done. You can't be too radical. You gotta kind of, you gotta wait it out a little bit, even though we could literally do shit, like, we're just gonna wait it out a little bit. We're just gonna sit around, just let this rest like a little egg.
I don't think anyone
50 states, and your goal is to not do anything.
It literally already happened.
I mean, to say that Biden...
It already happened like last week.
Make it legal for women to travel across the country to get abortions. That's the bare minimum, because even
that's overturning Roe v. Wade.
Something that is possible, it's still not a reality for most women who can't afford to travel, because that
which is disastrous.
Money. Have you seen the cost of gas?
Most states are.
So honestly, it seems like their goal is to just do nothing. They
no, they're
literally
not.
are just going to expect us to wait a decade or two until enough Supreme Court justices die, and then hope that at the time when those justices perish, there's a Democrat in charge, so they can appoint a liberal justice. That's their goal. Their long-term goal is literally to just wait decades. Bullshit. We don't have decades to wait. This is unacceptable. And their goal of codifying Roe v. Wade is incredibly unrealistic, and I sound like a broken record because I think I've said this in every single video, but is it really realistic?
Oh my god, he harnessed Ben Shapiro in that moment. Oh my god.
That the Democratic Party is going to keep up, to be able to keep up with this far-right Supreme Court as often as they are striking down civil rights and civil liberties. You honestly think you'll be able to continuously codify right after right that gets demolished by this court? Is that really realistic? You can't even pass voting rights, but you're going to codify all of these rights? Oh, and also expanding the court, not even an option. Ridiculous. Now, the best recommendation that I saw...
Oh my god, I hate honestly when people mention expanding court, because honestly, I fuck the court. Abolish it. I don't, when are people going to just start saying that? As far as I'm concerned, fuck packing it, just abolish that shit. It's proven to be a unjust and fucking rogue institution that is inherently undemocratic, so... Where's the talk about, potentially abolishing this shit? So, I mean, no one seems to really want to bring that up, at least on a more, political commentator level of things. I mean, I've only really heard it from me, or at least myself and a couple of other buddies of mine, but... So, it seems like, honestly, there's people, there's at least, part of the populace that just straight up, is thinking, yeah, let's just abolish it. It seems worthless. It doesn't exactly seem like it upholds to our democratic processes. Ignore my revolutionary brother from another mother, a dimensional plane. What's up, my dude? Same for the Electoral College. Yep. Same for that. And closed primaries. So, I mean, those major three things need, absolute abolition. And if we did that, honestly, our country would just be, 100 times more democratic in its processes just from that alone. Just straight up. Honestly. Protests I was at, lots of people were abolished to court. Yeah. So, honestly, there are, I think, honestly, the people, and there is a strong portion of people that do agree with that sentiment. But when it comes to, politicians, of course, they're not going to advocate it. When it comes to, political commentators, I mean, no, because even more radical types like the Humans Report aren't even saying it. They were, hey, you could probably expand it, and blah, blah, blah. And it's just abolish it, fuck it, it's worthless. They're inherently an anti-democratic fucking, institution that is just fundamentally undermining everything about the whole idea of being a Democratic Republic. Electoral college is a big reason why Hillary lost. Yeah. And, you know, if, like, libs and shit want to cry and moan about, like, you know, oh, she lost, It's like, well, look at the Electoral College. Like, frankly, the reason why, you know, a lot of people that tend to be, or a lot of candidates that tend to be popular, though, you know, only etch it ever so much when it comes to the popular vote lose, is because, you know, there's the other dude who just is able to etch it when it comes to the right states, you know, when it comes to the Electoral College. And it's like, ugh. It's like, how's that democratic? Is he radical, though? I feel like extremism is labeled into common sense. Wait, like who? The Humus Report, radical? I mean, yeah, I'd say he's, you know, fairly radical in his avocation of things. I mean, you know, more so than other commentators on the left and shit, I would say. But, I mean, all in all, I wouldn't necessarily say extreme. I just say radical, because in my mind, radical doesn't inherently really mean extreme. Extreme, it's its own thing. Without the Electoral College, Bush and Trump would have not been elected. Yep. And there wouldn't have been the whole fucking election fuckery that happened with Al Gore either. That just would have been like, yeah, he won. End of story. And frankly, maybe, you know, certain events and shit like 9/11 would have still happened, but honestly, the result of, you know, the aftermath or something like that probably would have been way fucking different. I mean, maybe the Afghanistan war would have happened still, but how it would have happened would have been way fucking different. Al Gore actually, you know, probably would have, you know, been willing to be diplomatic with the Taliban that was, you know, also in charge of it, you know, around it in the areas, like saying, hey, we'll help you hunt them down. You know, but Bush is like, we don't negotiate with terrorists. And basically started fucking on Taliban just as much as Al-Qaeda. And it's like, well, okay, I guess the enemy of my enemy is my friend now. So they teamed up. Good job, Bush. Fucking dipshit. Could have had actual legit help on the ground finding him, but nope. Had to make sure he had a whole kerfluffle to last how fucking long? Almost 20 years? Over 20 years? About, like, what? Like 21 years? I mean, and frankly, if only it was just like, hey, let's work with the Taliban just for, like, maybe a year or so, and then we can, you know, easily find them. Because they can easily have people on the inside and shit like that, and, you know, figure things out, because they're locals of the area. Like, they can easily just be like, oh, hello, my Al-Qaeda friend, how you doing? Hey, I would like to, you know, maybe make a negotiation with Osama bin Laden. Where does he happen to be at? Oh, he's over there? Okay, cool. So it runs away and tells, you know, tells us, like, hey, what's up? He's over there. I'm pretty sure that's probably would have how it went down. And then it would have just been wrapped up and been all said and done probably within, like, a year or so. Like, straight up. But no, we had the Bush timeline with that one. And, yay. Thanks, war criminal fuck. I don't think that means Al Gore would have been a saint, though. I'm sure there would still have been some bullshit that would have happened. I mean, we would still be working with warlords, and knowing that, there probably would have been some Talibani that, you know, were doing the whole same child T-boy sex trafficking shit. Like, honestly, there still would have been some fucked up shit that would have happened. I'm not trying to make it sound like it would have been like, oh god, peaches and rainbows. It's like, definitely not. We don't work with other terrorists, especially when they're brown terrorists is what he meant. Yeah, basically. Yep. What are you doing over there? Poking a little head for that little door? Little goofball.
Babies.
But yeah, I mean, it's just like, if all, you know, it's just like, if only we had a timeline where the Electoral College was, like, abolished at some point, we would have a fundamental different, you know, world. I think.
Is you have to have these pop-up abortion clinics on federal lands. That is.
I mean, honestly, I wouldn't necessarily say it would be better all in all. They would still have a lot of problems and shit. Like climate change would still be an issue. A lot of the issues I think around the world will still kind of be a thing, but I mean, honestly, there would be a lot of things that would be nowhere near to the same degree. And probably would be, at least in some cases, better, but if anything, we would just find another scapegoat at some point.
Have a pop-up clinic, but build these clinics long-term. Yes, you're going to have Republicans shut it down when they take power. If Trump gets reelected or DeSantis as president, they can shut those down. But at least while you are president right now, women in red states have an option. So, are they going to do this? Well,
I mean, that is true. I mean, that is honestly something that you could do with an executive order. It's like, alright, we're going to have clinics in, federal land and shit. Meaning that you can, get easy access, to, to, like, some abortion treatments or abortion medication type of things and shit, like the morning after pill, whatever the fuck. And, and be able to have that in red states, or at least, that's bordering them. And honestly, if there's fucking, state police or fucking local police that are, like, pitched out outside of these areas, they have fucking federal police, be like, hey, guess what? We're gonna, like, set up a stop right, next to yours and stop you if you try to stop people. Like, we're gonna keep letting people through and, we got authority over you, so fuck off. Like, let Fed police, legit, just create a line, where, the state police or the fucking local police can't do shit. Because, they're gonna, these local states that, are gonna try to, enforce these bans and shit, they're just gonna fucking, I mean, they're gonna try to do that. But, like, honestly, I mean, the only way that would, have to be prohibited is if they had just straight up, troops stationed, or, like, Fed police stations, to where they will make sure that they aren't blocking the roads or trying to fucking arrest people trying to go into these places.
Dana Bash of CNN, Kamala Harris was very clear. The answer is no.
Can the administration expand abortion access or abortion services?
Yay ho, Merc! I know, right? Having a standing volunteer malicious farmer machine guns outside abortion clinics, I don't know if spare few dollars have to make that happen. I mean, hey. Got a cash app, brother. I wouldn't mind, like, honestly, at this point, like, if it, if there's, like, a national abortion ban and shit, I wouldn't, like, I'd be a fucking vanguard protecting, women's rights and shit and that, because fuck. Like, I mean, hence the whole idea, that was mentioned earlier and stuff that, could lead, to more Civil War-esque type of shit. Because people aren't gonna fucking stand for it, and I sure as shit ain't. And frankly, like, there's gonna be a lot of motherfuckers and shit that are gonna, wanna get in the way of that and try to, fight back to oppress women and make them basically little fucking incubator chambers and shit that have no rights. And try to make us go through women's suffrage all over again, basically. It's like, alright, well, if you want it, you'll get it.
In and around states.
Women's suffrage, was also a pretty radical time, too.
I think that what is most important right now is that we ensure that the restrictions that the states are trying to put up that would prohibit a woman from exercising what we still maintain is her right, that we do everything we can to empower.
I get paid to crack the skulls of people who harass women. Sign me up. I know, right?
Where it is available.
Is federal land one of those options?
I mean, it's not right now what we are discussing, but I will say that when I think about what is happening in terms of the states, we have to also recognize, Dana, that we are 130 odd days away from an election, which is going to include Senate races, right? Part of the issue here is that the court...
Vote harder. Vote for Senate races. Vote harder. Like, oh my god, bitch, we already know there's Senate races and shit. Like, literally every state has them every fucking election cycle, you dumb fuck. Ugh, you wretched lizard.
Count the votes, don't appear to have the votes in the Senate. Well, there's
an election riots. Because I can't even stand this bitch. You know what? Here, I'll show you some. In LA. Here. Had some pro-life fucks get wheeled off to hospital. I love my job. This is what it was like in LA with the Roe v. Wade protests.
Hell no!
Hell no.
Oh, hell no!
A lot of based folks out there. Oh, these guys are not based. Got some hogs. This reminds me of some times back in 2020, 2021. I wonder who's inciting the riots, though. Huh, weird. They're just itching, dude. Oh, look at that little guy. No, 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 no. We gotta go. Let's go, dude. Let's look at that little dude. Oh, they got a little mini hog over there, dude. Oh, shit. That's where I'm from. What city is this? I might be down there tomorrow if it's still going on. This is in Los Angeles. I don't know where specifically. Somewhere in LA.
We ain't gonna be violent against you. We ain't gonna do shit to you. We love you.
By the way, I get a feeling certain businesses decide to make abortion centers. The right won't be too keen on the whole private company argument. Yep, they definitely won't. Dude, they're holding their batons like they would guns, dude. They so badly wish they were holding guns. You know these fucking hogs, you know, want to, like, unleash, dude. Oh, look at them all behind the fence. Hogs behind the little pen. Boom. Yeah, I'm in Long Beach in LA County, so it's probably real close to this. Yeah, you probably could get, you know, some transit or some pretty easy access to this stuff. Dude's trying to load his shit. Oh my god, what a hog. These fucking hogs, dude. Take a look at this big blubbergumptious guy right here. This shit reminds me of 2 years ago so much. Look at him, he's like, Err! He's like, it's like a lord. These fucking hogs, man. Like, dude, these pigs literally have nothing better to do besides... He got hit with a fucking cone. What's up, baby? Hey, baby. I like how they're kind of getting corralled. I love it. Get fucked, you little pig bitches. Oh my god, they actually are kind of corralled. They're surrounded. Ooh, firework. Ah, memories there. Boom. Yeah. We got one, brothers. Alright. We're gonna get him around. We're gonna surround him. And then we can brutalize the fuck out of him. Alright, now we can beat the fuck out of him. Freeze never cone power activate for us, cone. Well, hey, it worked. Oh, I saw this clip. The fucking audacity is this guy also says, we're trying to protect you, even though he literally just slammed her to the ground. You have to listen. We're trying to protect you. There's that flashbang. You gotta learn, you gotta listen, you gotta obey when I beat the fuck out of you over a railing. I don't care you're a journalist. Obey, bitch. I'm a hog.
They are not fighting. Nobody's resisting.
Spock. Echt. Lick. I like that. I do not endorse, no, or advocate these type of ideas. This shit really does remind me of like the protests in 2020, 21 that I fucking was in. I don't know if I can get away with actually writing that. Yeah, you won't be able to. YouTube would not allow that. Oh my god, look at that big old man right there. Dude, look at that dude's fucking pedo stash, dude. That guy's rocking a 70s porn director stash that low-key does like some pedo shit. Like, you know that guy's got that stash rocking, dude. Like, oh my god. Their helmets literally look like they're like German fucking like Stahlhelm fucking like World War II helmets or something. Excuse me, I'm doing my job? Well, here, let me do my job. It's like, hey, you want to do your job, I'll do mine. I'm gonna utterly beat the fuck out of you with my hog brothers.
There's a whole crisis happening, you guys. You gotta look at
This just kind of shows that the cops are more willing to enforce, you know, the rights of a theocratic fascist state and shit, and the you know, processes that go into that versus fucking, you know, the whole element of, you know, actually being in favor of, you know, letting people protest and shit. Because, I mean, there has been a lot of protests and shit where cops don't show up, or if they are, they usually just kind of sit on the sidelines. And, of course, being LA and the cops are just a bunch of fucking gangs and thug members and shit. Like, literally, like, LA police and shit pretty much, like, cordon off certain sections of LA, you know, for specific gangs and shit for people to, you know, for cops to be in. So it's some deep embedded fucking filthy shit that, you know, like, LA's like got some serious, I'm sure you know about it, like some seriously notorious fucking corruption. Honestly, makes the Portland Police Bureau look like a goddamn fucking wonderland. Like, Portland Police Bureau's got some fucking filthy corruption shit where they have like literal Nazis, but the LAPD has like gangs that are pretty much embrace Nazism. So it's just like, I mean, they got a bunch of them. Sparks started right at a punk show in downtown LA when SWAT team showed up and started tear gassing everyone at the show. Damn, dude. Never been to a punk show like that. God damn, dude, you gotta like, bro. Dude, the punk scene down there sounds based. Of course, I don't know if it's like that anymore, but holy fuck, that sounds awesome. Sorry, throwing glass and shooting fireworks, throwing burning wood up at him. Based. Oh my god, dude. You're oh man, you're making me like get memories. Oh, I love it. Oh, good days, good times. It was Dead City Bucks show last year in May. Nice. Who picks in helicopter footage? Oh, fuck yeah, dude. So it's still a thing down. Okay. You're actually making me have a reason to go to LA now. So I might have to, dude, I might have to check that shit out. Dude, I might have to hit my friends up and be like, yo, I've discovered some fucking, like, legit radical fucking, like, punk scenes and shit. Where, you know, one time in 2021 it started a riot in May. Dude, you know what, here, let me see if I can find it. I'm sure there has to be some shit on YouTube on it. Dead City Punk LA. Yeah. Oh shit. There's some band, Stay Thick. Here, there's actually like some live shit, dude. Some band actually recorded some live footage. Oh, this is in October? This isn't May though, so this is a different time of the year. Yeah, let me May. Let me just do that. That's been a crazy one that started right a few months now. The cops are tracking all the bands involved to make sure they can't do that shit. Damn. 3/11/22. Oh, this is recent right here. Nothing Less Records. Hey. Oh, here we go. May 8th. Oh, May Day too, isn't it? I'm pretty sure May 8th is May Day. Or no, May Day is May 1st. So this is pretty much like a week afterwards.
Breaking news for you.
Oh shit! Here we go.
Break up a huge party near the intersection of the 5.
Oh dude.
Over the Cypress Park.
Nice.
Los Angeles, hundreds of people gathered.
So by the looks of it, it looks like hundreds of people are down there.
Yeah, and a pretty elaborate setup.
Dude, it looks fucking dope. This is it, I believe. Dude, fuck yeah, dude. Dude, man, there are some hardcore fucking punk shows in Portland, man, that I've been to that remind me of some shit like this. Dude, I've been to some hardcore moshes. Dude, this shit looks fucking awesome. Dude, there's the heli.
Started as a few hundred people, it's grown to several thousand, we're told.
Oh shit!
Fireworks going off, a small fire, and people using laser pointers.
LA's PD have called a citywide tactical alert. For the last hour, they've been calling units, 10 more. They're trying to get 20 units in here to disperse this crowd. They're going to, in a short time, they hope to issue a disperse order.
Hey, oh, I wish there was some more. Dude, that's fucking awesome. Epic. I gotta like that because it is. I was there that night. It was lit as fuck. There was one called SWAT sent to LA Punk Show that had police footage, if I remember correctly. I'm sure I could probably find more. Because it looks like it's May 8th, so... Here, I'll just do LA, May 8th. Okay, for some reason this one always wants to pop up for October. A whole movie? This looks like this might be it too. Let me see. Yeah, it looks like it. May 10th, 21. Yeah, this looks like it is too. Here, let's... Oh, dude, this guy actually did a whole vlog here. Dude, oh shit. Fuck yeah. Let's go near the end, because that's where all the cool shit is. Or at least where all the crazy intense shit goes on. Put those LA punks, SWAT LA Punk Show when it comes up. Alright. I'll do that next, because this might not get all of it. Oh shit, no it does. Oh no, never mind. Maybe I might have skipped a little bit here. Well, let me drop the link. Oh, you have to be a mod to do it. But you know what, here, I could do it here. Boom. Should be able to do it now. I trust you with the wrench. Have like an all wrench chat, basically. Okay, I guess he's just kind of walking around a little bit. Is there anything else to it? No? It's kind of him leaving. He got, looks like this dude left her. Yeah, he left before it got too rowdy. Damn, boo! I would have stuck around when it gets more rowdier. I would have let that been all the footage I've seen of this. I didn't see any fights, trills, community, LA rules. Well, if anything, like, the reason why is because everyone got together to riot. That's why there was no fights.
People will die.
Oh, here we go.
Feet matters. Your decision to not physically distance yourself may kill you. When we don't see compliance, we will use whatever means are at our disposal. Don't take risks. Don't mess around. Be selfish.
I love just a random, like, collage of different people and what they're wearing, dude. That's why I love punk shows, dude. Like, so many different people, like, are just wearing whatever the fuck. You get, like, people who are metalheads, so they got, like, some more, like, metalhead shit. That guy's just wearing his motorcycle. I mean, like, you don't give a fuck, dude. See what I mean? Like, you got, like, a biker bro in there. I mean, you got, like, some skater dudes in there. I saw some skater hippie bros in there, looks like. That's what I love about punk, dude. I mean, you get all sorts of fucking people. Oh, shit, a flamethrower of some sort. Dude, okay. This is giving me some shit to check out LA. I love how that cop, just like in Portland, flashing his shit. Like, hey now, just to let you know we're here, bitch. This during 2020. Yeah, the only good footage is the actual ride I saw of the local news channel my dad recorded, but I haven't seen it since. Damn. He probably has it still somewhere. I mean, dude, that is just so fucking cool, man. People are just using spray paint, or spray cans. They were pepper spraying and tackling random people as we were running out. Lol, it was crazy. They probably tried to suppress any of the footage from surfacing. Probably. Shit, you fucking fly. Oh shit! I got it because it flew right into the flame. Fuck yeah. Okay, random aside, I literally just got a fly because it flew right into my flame. Fuck yeah, bitch. Oh, you got burnt, motherfucker. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Cinch more, bitch. Oh, you hear that? You hear that buzz? Yeah, that's it. Oh yeah, your wing is totally singed off. It only has one wing left. Ha! That's what you get for fucking with me, motherfucker. I ain't getting metallic guillotine. There we go. That fly was burnt and then guillotined. Oh, you fucking weird ass, ugly ass fly. Ugh. That's what it gets for cut. Like, it just straight up, like, just came all up my grill. Chilled on my phone and right next to, like, my shit right here. Got away over here. I just put it right, like that. For a fly, that did not have, like, any good depth perception at oh my god, perception at all. Because it literally flew right into the flame like a moron. I love it. Beautiful. Anyway, I got distracted, but it was a worthy distraction. There's a Channel 5 video of the show of the same band. It's pretty funny. No riots, but interviews with people who were fucked up as shit. Oh, nice. Dude, I had a chance. I didn't actually get to see the dude or meet the guy, but I actually did see Channel 5 News when the Portland protests were happening. I never got a chance to actually, like, walk up to the guy and shit, because I lost him in the crowd, but I wanted to, because deadass I so badly wanted to go there to kind of, like, meme, you know, some commentary. Just to have myself, you know, in a video potentially, just be like, yo, I know who you are, bro. What's up, man? That is a nice bonfire. They're, like, worshipping that bonfire, dude. Warm. Jerry, no. You're on a moth. Oh, there's all the laser pointers that were mentioned. Ooh. Nice. I saw my show in LA, but I didn't say anything because I was drunk and my girlfriend said I was gonna look stupid if I ended up in the video. But I mean, I still would have said, like, baby, let me do it. Let me just do it for the meme, okay? Everyone's gonna love it. Everyone will love me anyway. Fuck you. I'm sorry. I'm doing it. I love you, baby. Forgive me and just go for it. I mean, minus the fuck you part. Just be like, forgive me, baby, but I'm doing it. Should probably take very heavy, like, offense to the fuck you part. Dude, there's just a big blubbergumptious guy over there, just moshing hard. Circle pit, dude. They look, dude. They're like channeling like some like Native American like dances and shit with all this fucking dancing going on, dude. Some of them actually kind of are doing it a little. Man, how times change, but how people stay the same. Like, honestly. It's like, oh, a bunch of us around fire. Let's dance around fire and worship its warmth. Skip a little further here. You see a skinny guy with long blonde hair that's like me. Hey! 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 Stop it! Shut up! Hey! 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 Shut up! All I gotta do is just constantly just spraying off the can. Oh, here's where the cops get involved, looks like. This kind of looks like where they probably start shutting shit down because the pigs start getting involved. The back of my head I found on their Facebook page from the show. Oh, nice. I actually remember one time I was in the background of a news coverage when there was a new bridge being built. Guy literally sent a blaze. Dude, someone just lit me on fire. His frame with his arm fell out. Awesome! High fives and both die. Sounds like some fucking kick-ass bands. There's notes in the background that says schmuck.
Cops are coming. Yeah, they're coming down the street right here.
So these people kind of noticed early and started bugging out before shit got too real, so we didn't get to see too much of the whole riot part of it. I mean, everyone literally looked like they were having a time, and it was all contained, so fuck these pigs, man. It's like it's under a fucking freeway. Some people ran down the river jetty, some ran out the front entrance. The people who stayed down there were most people too drunk to get out, so those people definitely got arrested. Yeah, probably for like public public intoxication charges and misdemeanor charges and shit like that. Those guys were going down the river jetty in the back. Yeah. It looked like those guys caught it early, just like, oh, hey, there's cops down there, we should probably bail before they get down here. And it's like, yeah, I would agree. I mean, frankly, I would, like, run down to the rest of the crowd and, spread the word, be like, hey, cops coming, you want to prepare, like, hold the line and defend our fucking show, bro. Like, I just, those guys are smart because there was no cops that way. Yeah, if anything, those are probably decoys because they knew people were up there. So they're thinking, hey, we'll get these people out of here, so they'll probably get the idea that we're about to go in there. So, because then we could secure this area that they're at, to look down, and assess the situation while they break it up and fucking tear gas the shit out and everything. So that's there. If anything, it was kind of a decoy to eventually have as like a point of view for when they actually go in there. To get people kind of the fuck out, so they don't have to deal with them. Makes it easier for them to just go over there and just maybe tell people like 2 or 3 people to get the fuck out versus like a whole crowd. One of the cops got hurt and the SWAT team got called in, is what I heard on the news afterward. Honestly, I guarantee it's the SWAT team was already there for one, and for two, I guarantee you that the cop was injured during like a bunch of people leaving, getting tear gassed and shit while they're coming in pummeling people. And my guess is, considering that, knowing punk shows, some people probably do unironically have gas masks, and maybe a few of them probably, bopped them upside the head a few times as they were leaving the shit. And if so, based. So honestly, I mean, like, you know what? It probably guarantee you it was because the cop was hurt, during them trying to tear gas everyone and break it up. So, definitely some bullshit with that. Though, especially when it comes to local media, at least when it comes to cities and shit, they tend to be very pro-police anyway, when it comes to their biases on that, so. I mean, go figure. They also tend to be owned by this declared bottom class corporation anyway, so they always have to make sure they toe a certain line. Man. I want to go to a punk show again. I fucking love them. Last time I went, I was actually not like necessarily in the greatest mental state, and I actually got hit in the face with a firework, and I was like, after that, like, fuck this is shit, and just like dipped. Though frankly, I could have just sat out for a minute, just checked myself, made sure I was all good, and just went back in and kept having fun. But after that, I was like, you know what? I got hit in the face with a firework and it nearly exploded in my eye. So I was just like, okay. And frankly, at that point, it probably was a good idea, to at least dip for a little bit just to make sure that my eye wasn't fucked up. Which luckily it wasn't. If I remember, I think it hit me more like right here. So. Around my cheekbone area, luckily. So it's like, There's actually like a little skate park that used to be at one of my friend's old workplaces. Because he used to work at like this place called Pacific Coast. It's like some warehousing company, which is fucking horrible to work at from what I understand. And basically, it's near that little area. And there's like this big ass skate park that happens to be under, I think, the Broadway Bridge. Or the Burnside Bridge, because it's called the Burnside Bash, I think. And at least in October, they have, like, this bash and shit where it's just, like, a bunch of kick-ass punk shows and shit. I saw an MDC at it when I was there, got a shirt, and realized that they've been around for a long time. And it's like, oh, shit, and they're still fucking rocking it. Fuck yeah, dude. Didn't even know who they were when I was seeing them live, but when I was like, you know what, I want to fucking get a shirt from them or something. I want to, check out their bus and see what they got. And then I'm like, yeah, you guys are pretty dope. How long you been, playing around and shit? It's like, oh, man, we've been around since the 70s, man. You could probably find some of our shit online. And I'm just like, oh, no shit. I was like, frankly, honestly, I just never knew, but, hell yeah, you're just just exposed me to some more kick-ass punk, and, you know, so, hell yeah, amazing show. There are punk shows I've been to where guys walk up and offer me $20 to fight a guy on stage in between sets, and I get it whether I win or lose. Good deal if you ask me. Oh my god. Frankly, honestly, you would have to find me in enough of a drunken stupor to do that. And honestly, like, if there's like Nazi punks and shit, then that makes it even better. Because every now and then, you know, during these punk shows, you'll find a couple of, you know, Nazi skinhead punk types and shit that will, you know, kind of be like, hey, you know, well, you know, we're punks too. We're you know, we're around over here. We can be accepted. At least in Portland, they're pretty much fervently, you know, verboten. Like, I mean, they wouldn't dare show their faces because they would literally get curb stomped. Punks around here do not give a fuck. If you're like one of the Nazi punk types, you're kind of gonna get smacked. Oh, here's a little. Honestly, thinking about it, though, I wouldn't need $20. I just do that for free. It's like, you know what, just give me a beer at the end of it, all good. It's like, save $20 for another fella. I fought an amateur MMA at a decent level, so people underestimate me because I'm pretty skinny. Well, yeah, honestly, they're like, especially if someone's kind of like a skinnier, more quieter type of person and shit, you don't want to necessarily underestimate them. Like, I mean, there's been times where people, you know, can kind of underestimate me at times and shit. Though, honestly, for me, I don't really get physical. But I have had moments where I have, like, kind of have, like, a rage mode and shit. And I have, you know, my friends have seen that and know that I have capabilities and shit. That, you know, where my strength, you know, comes out and shit. So it's just like, I mean, I might be a tall, not exactly a big, tough guy looking motherfucker or some shit. But, you know, I mean, that doesn't mean I don't pack a fucking punch. Because certainly can. Nazi punks are probably a bigger problem in LA than Portland, how do you think? Yeah, honestly. Because if there's, like, Nazi punks, chances are they probably got, like, some tiny little scene in, like, the outskirts in, like, Estacada or some shit. Like, frankly, they aren't really much of a thing around here. Probably in, like, Idaho somewhere, or, you know, some shit, I can imagine. If there is any punk scenes there. Probably more likely, Montana. Because of Bozeman and Billings. Billings is actually a pretty big city, or at least the largest city in Montana, for, you know, Montana's standards, at least. I mean, Billings isn't actually really that big, but it's the biggest city in Montana, so like that, Bozeman, and Missoula too. Yeah, I could kind of see it there too a little bit. You know, having at least a punk scene or two, maybe in Bozeman or some shit, because, you know, if you got a bunch of college kids, I mean, chances are there's going to be some punk kids there too. They're being like a little worm, dude. He's like, I mean, he's literally like scooching to like eat some of his kibble in his bowl. This is like, wow, dude. Now it's a band called Holocaust Nights. Joke YouTube. Honestly, if there was like some punk show around here and a band was like, alright, we're a punk band called Holocaust Nights, and immediately we're just like, what? What? Dude, like, pretty much everybody would be like, alright, so Nazi punks, and pretty much would immediately probably start, you know, writing all over them. It's probably a white power punk show in South LA last week, and a ton of people showed up, basically intimidated them out before it happened, I heard. Nice. Maybe in Orange County, actually. Sounds like it. I would assume so.
What did I walk into?
Talking about punks and Nazi punks and shit like that.
Well, some of them should be shot, so.
Huh?
Some of them should be shot, so.
Nazi punks?
Yeah, some of them. Not all of them.
Well, at least with like punks, I mean, they're pretty legit. I've been to a lot of different punk shows and shit, like house shows and shit.
Well, the
like
house
that.
shows are really good.
Yeah, I mean, there's there's not really that much of a punk scene anymore in Portland, or at least that, I mean, outside of like a couple of like music scenes and shit here and there, maybe. But I mean, obviously, COVID hasn't really helped much of that. But it was kind of dying down a little bit even before that. So I'm kind of hoping at least it kind of gets revitalized in a way, because there's at least still some shit going on. Like there's like this thing called Burnside Bash that happens in October. I think on Halloween. Going Good Nazis or Roblox Nazi. Yeah. One that gets Minecrafted and redacted somewhere. Some dude gets stomped. I'm not skinhead. I told you, I'm just on chemotherapy. Oh my god, dude. Honestly, I mean, there are a lot of punks who obviously aren't, you know, like, skinhead Nazi punks, but, like, before the Nazi punks who were doing the skinhead shit, there were punks who were doing that, too, before, just, you know, just because, well, they could. And, but, of course, you know, being, you know, knowing you have, like, a lot of different Nazis out there, sometimes they will have the bald heads and have, like, the big-ass swastika tattoo and shit and on their head or whatever the fuck. Or, you know, some other runes and shit. And then, you know, so you had, like, that element, and a lot of other, like, punks, including different other skinhead punks, basically kicked them the fuck out and basically did the whole Nazi punks fuck off.
Then what's the difference between Nazis and Aryan Brotherhood? They about the same?
Yeah, I mean, the Aryan Brotherhood is essentially just kind of a more modern organization that has very white nationalistic, Nazistic views. Yeah, pretty much. It's not really too much of a difference between them.
Aryan Brotherhood is more in prison.
Yeah, they're like a white nationalist prison gang.
Uh-huh. They're more, we'll fuck you up, whoever the fuck you are.
Yeah. You know what?
I feel better.
Hannah, take 4.
I was reminded of this song. Better indication of Confederate/Nazi flag tattoo.
Is your vape empty?
Huh?
Is your vape empty?
No. I've actually used it in a little bit.
Well, you didn't charge your battery this way.
Yeah.
Charger's in your room. I don't want to go to work. I don't.
Dude, I don't blame you. That's why I did it yesterday. I mean, also on top of that, like, I mean, I thought that Marlon was going to call in yesterday. He didn't, but he apparently looked like he was just like a walking corpse, basically. He was not looking too good. So he called in today. I just sent him, I hit him up being like, you know, funny that I called in yesterday and you called in today and I didn't, and yeah, it's like, I hope you're feeling better. I heard that you weren't I heard you were, you know, feeling like shit and stuff and blah blah blah. You know, so you know, like, I just kind of told him that, you know, and like, he didn't respond, but usually he never responds to texts anyway, I've noticed. So imagine passing out someone tattoo swastika on your forehead.
I would
my
be pissed.
Dude, I would actually literally like hunt down who the fuck that was and, you know, do very physical things to that person.
Put 3-inch cuts in their body and then pour salt in them. I would torture somebody like that.
I mean, then that person is like, wait, it's just Sharpie, it's just a Sharpie, you can just, you know, eat soap, bro. It's like, it's like, I mean, it's like, still, you're still gonna get smacked up, bitch.
You'll get the 3-inch cuts, but you won't get the salt.
Yeah, you won't get the salt. Oh, it's a Sharpie? Well, no salt for you this time.
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't mind having some, like, Nordic runes or, like, Celtic runes and stuff like that as tattoos. But not a swastika. Because, like, there's plenty of runes that are... I mean, honestly, swastika is too. Like, it's all, like, you know, gets appropriated by these Nazi fucks and shit because it's all, like, Germanic, Northern white culture, or whatever the fuck, you know, they think that's, like, you know, the pure, proper race or whatever the fuck and all this other shit. And it's, like, I mean, it's kind of a reason why, you know, there's such a disdain when people, you know, see those type of symbolisms and shit, even though, frankly, they don't mean what those type of fucking people advocate it as. Because there's, like, a lot of, you know, because there's honestly, like, a lot of different, and there's this one rune, it's called the Old Owl rune, that basically just kind of means home, you know, so if you, like, have, like, one of those runes, like, in your homestead, basically, it's kind of like, you know, symbol of, like, this room, and, you know, being here is kind of like a statue of being my home place and shit. Which I actually have one of those runes in my room. So, I mean, it's like, and I mean, it's just like one example, and it's, I've shown it before, but basically it's just like a square that's sideways, and then it just has like 2 ends sticking out. You know, and it basically like a boxy fish, but up, essentially. But, I mean, you know, it was used as a symbol for an SS Panzer Division, and obviously used by the literal Nazis and shit, and obviously Nazis since have appropriated it. So it doesn't exactly have a good connotation these days, which is, you know, despite the original thing literally just basically meaning, like, the rune. Essentially, its literal meaning basically meaning, like, home or homestead, you know, in a sense. It's just like, it's like, that's just stupid and sucks. I mean, because, like, those, I mean, that's why Nazi punks fuck off. Like, they're pieces of shit.
Yeah, since I've had this, I haven't changed my photos.
If anything, I mean, having a more open air like that kind of keeps it, you know, in a way to cool down more, you know, and...
Oh, no, you can wash them. You basically just, you basically wash it, and then prime it a couple times, and then wash it again, and they clean out.
Oh. I blacked out one night last summer, woke up with a black flag tattoo, then I apparently got in the back of a pickup truck for $20. Does it at least look good? Because if it at least was done competently, I can at least accept it. But, you know, if I was in that situation, but if it looks bad, I would be pissed. If it at least looked okay, you know, then alright. But I mean, you know, honestly, for me, that would have gone either way. That could have gone either good or very bad. And for $20, I have a weird suspicion that could be bad. But hopefully it wasn't. I would imagine that, I mean, if there's, like, some tattoo artist trying to, like, you know, tattoo people up at a punk show, he's probably trying to, like, you know, get people to recognize him. It actually looks dope. Apparently I have good judgment when I'm drunk. Well, yeah. Yeah, so, there you go. Yeah, okay, there you go. So it worked out. I mean, honestly, like, I want to get some eventually, and the one thing is I don't know where I would want to start with. You know, like, if I do with the arms, like, you know, eventually I'd like to, you know, probably do 2 different sleeves, but that'd be more of, like, a long-term investment thing, so I'd probably want to start other places, because I have other ideas that aren't, like, full-on, like, arm sleeve ideas and shit. Which, actually, some of it is Nordic runes that I want to have as, like, kind of a band around my arm right here. You know, that I've thought of. You know, maybe have, like, you know, a couple, you know, here in the front, maybe a Valknut here, and then a couple other things or some shit. Maybe have, like, you know, some of the top and lower bands be more kind of, like, Celtic in design, while the more central rune parts are more Nordic in design or something.
That's gonna be a couple sessions.
That's what I mean, yeah, like, you know, because I want to at least get, you know, the top band started, and then maybe have, like, you know, something that will divide, you know, the Valknut as its own separate thing, and then just have other things, because, you know, being a little Irish, obviously, you know, like, and being a little Norwegian, too, I mean, it, you know, like, would kind of play, you know, a little bit to, you know, both sides on that.
Yeah. I can't wait to get mine. It's gonna fucking take...
Yeah.
Probably 2 hours.
Because, I mean, yeah, like I said, at least how I started, I'd probably, do the kind of the Celtic bands first, and then maybe at least start with, some runes going around, and then save the Vulcan for last, because that'll be a little bit more intricate, because the runes are a little bit more simple, because they're just like...
Mines.
Yeah, basically, yeah, essentially.
Mine's gonna be kind of decent, so...
Yeah, and honestly, I've noticed a lot of people, lately have been kind of doing Nordic tattoos, but mostly on, like, their hands and shit like that, and it's just like, okay. It's honestly starting to be minorly cliche, and it's also probably why I've hold on a little bit, because I'm noticing like the Viking aesthetic is kind of in right now.
I kind of want to get an Iron Cross too.
Oh, like a Balkan Cruise? Kind of like that one?
Which one?
That, like, the tail light that's partially busted?
Yeah. Kind of like something like that.
Apparently there's a basketball player named Kofi Cockburn. Kofi Cockburn, dude, what a name.
Hey, Cockburn, what? Come here.
Dude, I unironically want to have a jersey with that name on it now.
Cockburn?
Well, I mean, it would be their last name, so yeah, it'd be Cockburn and whatever number he is. Dude, I want that. I actually would hang that up on my wall, and I'm not even a basketball dude, really, but I would. And someone would ask, why do you have that? It's like, because Cockburn. It's a Cockburn jersey, bro.
But anybody would know you. You don't like basketball.
I mean, I'm not really into, like, watching it that much. I mean, I'll go to, like, the Trailblazers games that, that are here at home, or, I'll play it myself, but I'm not, like, really into it, when it comes to, like, the NBA and shit like that. I'm not like a super heavy sports dude in general, but it's like I do like have my interest in it to a degree, but more so in like playing it and actually going to them, in person and shit, because it's a pretty fun experience when going to them in person, especially Portland Timbers games. Like that shit's an experience.
Soccer?
Yeah, or football.
Football. I want to go to a lacrosse game. I think that shit would be fucking.
That'd be pretty
riot.
Cool. And you hear Cockburn squaring up his rival, Icy Balls. You know what's funny? There's a basketball player named Kofi Cockburn.
Who?
There's a basketball player named Kofi Cockburn.
Okay.
I mean, that name, though, Cockburn. Imagine some of the chants he might get, bro. Or, like, some of the little quips, like, alright, looks like Cockburn's about to burn, Jeremy's cock here, man. Alright, looks like, he's going in for the, he's about to go in for the three-point line. He makes it, he hit the three-pointer. Burn down the cocks of the fucking whatever, the Bucks or some shit. I don't know. See, this is how much I don't get invested in sports. I'm struggling to find a team. The Wisconsin Bucks or some shit, is that one? Or is that like, or is that a fucking, no, I'm pretty sure that's that's basketball. Yeah, see I'm second guessing myself. See, this is how much I'm totally invested in it. I'm only like minorly invested in like the Trailblazers and kind of like the Timbers and kind of the Seahawks, but that's just mainly because my friends talk about it a lot, so I just happen to know some.
Fucking sea chickens.
The sea chickens. Yeah, like, I mean, I only know information just because my friends talk about it, so I just happen every now and then to have, tacit knowledge about shit.
Yeah, I'm not a fucking sea chicken fan.
Sea chickens?
Sea chickens.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm not as into it, but, when it comes to, games and stuff, like the Super Bowl with the Sea Chickens and, Colorado, like, that was, the Super Bowl, because it was the two states that first legalized weed, so it was just like, hey, this is not only a Super Bowl, but it's a Super Bowl. And they're all mixing up in there, toughing it out to make out a nice fucking salad. Peace out and we'll sleep. No worries, man. You have a good one, my dude. Colby Parker now departing gate A3. You're cleared to taxi onto runway L4. Clear skies, clear traffic, you're clear for takeoff. I'm just memeing a little bit though. I'm not being that serious. Oh. Golf. Boodle.
Vaping and tea is very nice.
Here. Oh my god, I don't want to get myself tangled and all that. Okay, there we go. Actually, I don't really need that charge anymore. Come here, baby. Oh, you lazy bones. Oh, you lazy bones. Oh my god, this lazy bastard. Oh my god, you lazy bones. Aww.
It's your dog.
He's my dog, and he's lazy bones. You're just a lazy sweet baby. You're the new lazy boy furniture and appliance right now, dude. Yeah, you're really being a major lazy boy furniture and an appliance. Instead of delivery, I guess I have to do pickup. I have to do store pickup here. Okay. Alright, doing some in-store pickup. That's some lazy boy furniture and appliance. Let's go, brother. You fucking lazy bastard. Let's go. Oh, whoa. Almost got my face with that. Excuse me, what are you doing? Get up here. Yes. You are a lazy bastard, yo. Hey, come on. Come on. Oh my god, dude. This is getting difficult. Excuse-moi, la François. Come here. Ugh. Dude. Dude! Are we... This is... What is this? Excuse me. Stop whirling around like a little worm and get over here. Shut up! I heard that. Oh my god, dude. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, stand up. Stand up. Oh my god, here we go. Now you got stuff all over you now. Look at you. Oh my god, you just flopped and you're not even on me. Oh my god, we're back to square one. No! This is worse than square one. We're like at square like basement now. What have you done? What am I gonna do if you are look where he literally is right now. Can he even be seen? Can he even be seen there? Yeah, look at this shit. Look, what are you doing? What are you doing, dude? What are you doing? What is this? What is this? Someone explain this. What are you doing? Would you get the fuck? Oh my god.
Go out there and kill some coyotes.
I don't think this goofball is gonna be doing that anytime soon with this fucking mentality that he's got going on here. I don't know what you're doing. Oh my god, he got shit all over you. There we go. This is literally all I wanted to do. Oh my god. You Fruit Loop.
At least scare the coyotes away.
No, warn them.
You big bonehead.
No, we need them to get closer so I can have my doing. I'll commit the fucking bullet eagle on it. You will sit by and watch, and you have a feast on one of your common ancestors. A feast of a lifetime, my boy.
Yeah, whatever.
We know it's the coyote is not worthy of the blood eagle. Not worthy.
Yeah, go get some coyotes. Yeah, go kill some coyotes.
You're supposed to be saying that to me, not to him.
Either of you, go kill some coyotes.
It's okay, so either of us. Alright, I guess that's the compromise we're making here. Gotta train you to be a hunting dog now, boy. I'm gonna train you to be a bumper hunting dog.
I do not like coyotes in the neighborhood.
Me neither. Smush.
Okay, so guys, that's all your problem. It's not none of mine anymore.
Ow!
Have fun with that.
You goof. Apparently the Supreme Court is going even further. Well, of course, they're going to keep going further and further. They're essentially, by legal means, they're doing their own, theocratic fascistic coup. Because the whole, people's insurrection version of it, that Trump was doing, was a little too cross, and also didn't exactly work out anyway, so they're doing it by other alternative means. They're going to make it impossible for a Fed government to address the economic crisis and even gut veteran rights.
Yes. My next pet cat is going to be a tiger.
Can we make it a snoomew? A snow leopard? Actually, that wouldn't work.
Leave a tiger alone.
Yeah. I guess I'd feel like a major warlord with the AK.
Yeah.
The right arm of the guerrilla warfare's man's rifle. I guess technically the right arm of the free world. I guess it'll be the left arm of the free world. The right arm of the free world is the FNFAL. The left arm of the free world is the AK. There we go. These people need to be hounded endlessly. Seriously. Honestly, that's the least they deserve. Fucking ignore turning into Taliban, Lamau, tigers, and AKs. I know, dude. I'm gonna slowly turn into like a fucking leftist communist Taliban, dude. Without the religious extremism, dude. Just have like a stash of AKs and fucking goddamn tigers just chilling. I mean, honestly, dude, yeah, any coyote, and frankly, anybody's pet, including even mine, would probably be a fucking victim of a tiger, though. There should be huge camps outside the houses of the Supreme Court justices. And fucking Democratic politicians in the House and the fucking Senate. Force them, to feel the pressure, too. Like, honestly, I mean, it should be like a whole, pretty much, essentially, as far as I'm concerned, like a full-on general strike on this bitch. Pelosi, Schumer, McConnell. Yeah, Senate too. Yeah. I mean, there needs to be more rage, and frankly, the more and more the Supreme Court does, the more there is going to happen out of this shit. I mean, honestly, it's like we're not hearing too much from it now, but it's like these protests haven't stopped. It's just been building up a little more. It wasn't as big of a bang, when it came to the kickoff, like the George Floyd protests in 2020, through 21. They started off with a bang, it kind of subsided. This might, kind of build up and then lead up to a bang. And frankly, honestly, as it looks like, it's kind of building up to that. Which, okay. Honestly, time for preparation and, organizing and planning. And despite some of the, even people I know that might lean conservative when it comes to some of the issues that the Supreme Court is doing, the idea of, making it harder to fucking help veterans and gut veterans' rights, that is a major issue that fucking people on the right are gonna absolutely hate hearing. Because you know how they are about the troops and all that shit. The day before it says more leverage during quarantine. Had more leverage. That's true. For now. It's just gonna keep, getting, worse in a sense, but also by proxy better when it comes to that leverage. You old Yanni boy. You give me little blips? Aw. No, they want people on the right of hypocrites. I mean, I'm not necessarily saying, you know, like every single fucking right-wing extremist, but when it comes down to just like some average person or average bloke that you might have in the workplace and shit, you know, like when it comes to like a grocery store or like a McDonald's or something like that, I mean, chances are if they hear something like that, it's like, whoa, wait a minute. Gotta support troops here. What? Supreme Court's, you know, doing what now? I mean, yeah, it'd be more or less a pet peeve type of thing, but honestly, like, there would definitely be some people that would be, you know, convinced of that type of shit. And maybe that, in a sense, could be the linchpin of them realizing the facade that, you know, they were buying into the whole time. It's not a guarantee for most, but maybe some. Unless they're a fuck ton of homeless vets due to right-wing policy. Yep. Yeah, odd. And just a lot more homeless people in general, but yeah, a lot of them tend to be vets because they always want to make sure they're the disposable pawns. Once they're veterans, they literally want to dispose of you and be done with you because you already played your role, you know, as a cog in the machine. You're gonna be too broken when you come back. That's how they view it. They're gonna be too broken to be worth taking care of. I mean, that's why there's like legit like this whole like kind of like brotherhood thing between veterans and shit. And like this kind of camaraderie, you know, between a lot of vets, because a good chunk of vets out there recognize that shit. Recognize they have been shafted and they were fucked over. Oh, so boo boo. Oh. What? What? What's up, baby? What's up, Bill hits an abortion bit? Women shouldn't get abortions, so you'll pay for child support. Here, let's hear it.
Light things up, talk about abortion. You know,
whoops.
I feel like I'm losing some of you here, and I want to win all of you back with this one.
There we go.
Let's talk about abortion. Let's talk about child killing and see if we can't get some chuckles rippling through the room here.
Yeah, rippling through the room here.
Let's talk about mass murder of young, unborn children and see if we can't coalesce into one big, healthy gut laugh. Boy, I've never seen an issue so divisive. You ever seen?
I guess we don't really need a screen because it's just an image.
My friends who are all very intelligent, they are totally divided on abortion. It's unbelievable. Some of my friends, for instance, think these pro-life people are annoying idiots.
Because they are.
My friends think these pro-life people are evil fucks.
Because they are.
How are we going to come to a consensus?
You can't.
You ought to hear the arguments around my house. They're annoying. They're idiots. They're evil. They're fucks. Brothers, sisters, come together. Can't we once just join hands and think of them as evil, annoying idiot fucks? I beseech you.
I beseech thee.
Weaver Rising. The scales. And strangely enough, Shiva, the destroyer. Who would have thunk it? We're pro-life. Ooh, you look it. Look like you're filled with life. Oh, little kids, please don't adopt me. Please don't adopt me. We're your new Christian pro-life parents.
Oh, God. Hallelujah. You better sing your kumbayas there, baby.
Where's the tower? Where's the gun? I was adopted by pro-life Christians when I was a kid. My penis make me a bad boy. That's what they told me.
They said the video games are doing it.
Please, give me the Satan-worshipping family down the block.
It's
the
true.
ones that have the good albums.
Based. Oh, Bill Hicks.
suddenly I'm adopted by the Flanders, you know.
I would actually have like a bust, like a head bust, in my room of Bill Hicks and George Carlin.
Another beautiful God-created morning. We're pro-life. Like, what does that make me? You know what I mean? You're so pro-life. You're so pro-life. Do me a fucking favor. Don't block med clinics. Okay? Lock arms and block cemeteries. Let's see how fucking committed you are to this premise. She can't come in.
She's not allowed to be dead.
She was hit by a bus. There's options. We gotta have her stuffed? What are you talking about? She's dead. We're pro-life. Get her out of that casket. Get her out. She's not going. Dead. We're pro-life people. There'll be no death on this planet.
There'll be no death, damn.
Pro-life. And I always say, see, my theory, here's my actual theory beyond the huge, hilarious joke.
This is why I love Bill Hicks.
Here's my real theory, though. If you're so pro-life and you're so pro-child, then adopt one that's already here that's very unwanted and very alone. Needs someone to take care of it and to get it out of a horrible situation. Okay? People say, well, why don't you do that? And I say, because I hate fucking kids and couldn't care less. Couldn't give a fuck.
True.
Don't care about it all about abortion. It's your choice.
Have you ever noticed that people who are pro-life shouldn't be parents in the first place? It's probably why they have this weird fucking urge to try to enforce, you know, this whole agenda of making everyone have to, you know, have kids and shit when they're not suitable to have any and probably should never have any kids themselves.
And by the way, a 3-month-old kid in your belly is not a fucking human being. Okay? It's a bunch of little congregate cells. You're not a human until you're in my phone book.
Until you're in the phone book.
There, my hat is now in the political ring.
Damn, I love it. You're not human until you're in the fucking phone book. I love it. Oh, Bill Hicks. Oh, you treasure you. I'm gonna give that a like. Just gonna give that a nice little like right now. Dude, this video is 15 fucking years old. October 14th, 2006. Oh my god, dude. This is an OG. This is an OG video, dude. Oh. Oh, man. That's an oldie right there, dude. 15 years. Coming on 16 years, dude. Holy shit. Whoa, YouTube's been around for a fucking long... Oh, wow. Dude, coming up here soon. That's gonna be 20 years. Holy shit. Damn, dude. I remember back in like fucking like 16 and shit, that was like, oh, 10 years old. And I thought like, damn, that's an old ass video. And I'm looking at it, it's like 15 years old. And I'm like, damn. Heard the movie My Mommy Dearest. Yeah, because actually, funny enough, my mom has made references to that occasionally. Just Mommy Dearest. Yeah, because my mom, yeah, like I said, she will occasionally be like, yes, Mama Dearest, and stuff like that occasionally. Sometimes she'll be like, hey, can you do some of this type of, you know, shit, you know, like when I was growing up, like a teen especially, I will be like, you know, she'll be like, hey, can you do these things for me? And I'll be like, sure. It's just like, no, you have to be, yes, Mama Dearest. And I'm just like, really? I mean, obviously she wasn't being serious, but it was a little thing, so I'm aware of it. I haven't seen it, but I am aware of it. I'll adopt your baby. Oh, God! Holy fuck! Is this from the movie? I've never seen it, besides the references my mom just done, but oh my god, dude, Jesus, this actually makes it a lot more terrifying. Ah! I actually have to go to the bathroom, but me having to run off here really quick actually just seems really timely. But here. Let's play some music here real quick, oh, Zuka, if you're getting a little excited. Here, I'll be right back. Oh, so you're excited for me, yeah. The fuck even is this? Wait, what is this? The school should have gone back. I never should have gone back to school. Wait, what is this? Mario the idea versus Mario the man. Oh wait, what the hell? Wait, what is this? Okay, hold on. Okay, hold on. Philosophy 101. Oh my god. Everyone knows Mario is cool as fuck. Horrible opening. But who knows what he's thinking? Who knows why he crushes turtles to save the princess? Also gross. And why do we think of him as fondly as we think about the mythical, non-existent Dr. Pepper, Perchance? You can't just say Perchance. I believe it was, Kantu said, experience without the theory is blind, but a theory without experience is merely intellectual play. Oh my god. Oh my god. Mario exhibits experience by crushing turts up all day. Stop. Oh my god, I love this. Just stop. Just simply stop. Made exhibits theory by saying, let's go. Keep it up, baby. Keep it up, baby. Just followed by some question marks. When Mario leaves his place of safety to stomp eternity, it just crossed out. Just like, stop. Oh my god, dude. I love this. He knows that he may die. And yet, for a man who can purchase lives with money, a life comes with a mere store value. Okay? Question mark? A tax that can be paid for. Why, as a rich man, feels seeing a law with a fine is a price? Fine. We think of Mario as a hero, but he is simply a 1%er. Why are we saying this? Why are we saying... I don't even know, bro, but I loved it. More of a privileged variety. The life kind who... Perchance. Oh my god. Dude, I want to know more. I actually want to, like, keep reading this. Dude, I love this. Dude, I want to see it in all of its editorial glory with all of these. You just can't say Perchance. Just this, dude. Just stop. It's time to stop. Oh my god. Oh, dude. I'm saving this picture. This is mine now. Oh my god. Oh, sweet baby rays. Holy shit. Magnifique. There we go. Aw, that one little ear perked up. So cute. Just a little bit. You know, honestly, when I was out there, I could have swore I heard something that sounded like a dog, but not exactly like a dog. It's making me feeling a little sussy. That way, maybe they're out there. I have a feeling there might be a little coyote running around tonight. I wonder what... I'm trying to think what I could do. Could just get a coyote trap. Take it somewhere. Do the deed. Mafia style. I mean, frankly, at that point, part of me would just be like, release it, but then it's like, nah. I don't want to fucking going after even people's pets in the rural country. That's even worse. It's like, yeah, let me just enable that problem. Let me enable it just more in the rural country. It's basically the equivalent of just shoving a problem under the rug. So, nah. We're just gonna take old Tony and take this old coyote and just, you know, go out there and just do the old dirty deed and give him the whack, I tell you. Give the old whack. I just have to find, like, a trap that would be big enough for one. I'm sure I can honestly order one, and frankly, I fucking would. I'll be my own personal little, coyote, deterrent.
When I walk out there, you're gonna get petted whether you like it or not.
He wants attention. He wants you now. Go to him. Go annoy him instead of me, bro. Come on. He got a goofy fucking dorky face, bro. Yo. What's this? We will adopt your baby. Oh my god. Aww. Husband to husband. I mean, they have 1,000. I mean, collectively, they probably have like 10,000 adopted babies out there. And all of them have this feeling of like, damn, why must our daddies argue all the time? They're kind of going for a rough patch, but you know. Just some Twitter post is like, Vash looks like a nice Slavic grandma. It's like, what the fuck? Fucking cursed. Disney simp. Oh my god, these tweets. That kid's gonna grow up into a massively dysfunctional household. I mean, honestly, though, true. That is very, very true. Someone's like, please, no children near Vosh. We know how he is about that. Oh my god, dude. Do people actually think that, man? Like, oh my lord. He's about to say his first words. My dude. My gal. You know what? It doesn't even go in, like, giggle baby mode. It's just like... It's like, oh, he's about to... Hey, Destiny, come here. Destiny, my dude, come here. It's like, what is it, Vash? It's like, he's about to say his first words. My dude, my guy. Based. Like, it would just straight up, just immediately out of nowhere, just fucking... just be like, it goes right into just like the Vosh like pitch and just like, my dude, as like a little toddler. And honestly, I was watching a little Vosh clip. That dude was Destiny in the picture. Yeah, that's Destiny. Yeah. I mean, honestly, it's just like whatchamacallit, fucking Vosh unironically literally does do that. My dude, my guy. Like, he actually does that. Like, I was watching one of his clips the other day, and at one point, he literally threw that out there. I was like, wow, that isn't just a meme, but it actually is a thing. I thought it was just like, because he says, my dude, or my guy, and he'll say them, like, separately, but, like, in a row, and it was like, holy shit, wow, okay, he actually does do that. I don't think I've seen what it looks like. He really does look like kind of like your random dorky, nerdy IT guy that you would have at like fucking worked like at some video game development company or some shit that helps make sure the computers are running. Like, he doesn't even get the privilege to play the games. He just does that on his spare time. But, nah, he has a timeline where he's, you know, doing that for a living. Is he short or is Vosh tall? Vosh, from what I understand, is like 6'2". So he's about like my height, from what I understand. And Destiny, yes, is, from what I understand, short. So it's kind of like a little bit of both. Vosh is not like unusually tall, he's just tall, and Destiny is just straight up, yes, short. So it's just kind of both. So when you're a tall person next to a short person, then you kind of have to hunch over, and, you know, it's like, oh, I have to do that a lot because, I mean, I'm about 6'2", so, I mean, anyone who fucking is just like, alright, I'm gonna, like, you know, take pictures, yeah, it's like I have to kind of like, scrunch over, or look down. It's like, no wonder tall people get back problems. You always have to, like, look down and hunch over shit. Head rub. I think I'm gonna get you a bath tonight, buddy. Yeah. His little ears flipped over, so cute. As a man of 6'4" or 5, I concur. I mean, honestly, last time I checked, it was about 6'2", but it could be about maybe an inch taller, maybe like 6'3" or something. But so oh shit. Oh damn, Channel 5 did a pro-choice rally video. Load a bowl and check that out, actually. So I'm always down for some Channel 5. It's actually only like a little 10-minute clip anyway. Honestly, like, it's kind of crazy how Channel 5 News, in some ways, legit does better journalism than fucking most news outlets. I don't mind it. I'm actually love that, but I mean, it's like, damn. When you got a dude who takes news to a more comedic bent and, you know, has a little fun with it, and it just decided kind of to do it, and just kind of did it on a whim, you know, essentially. I mean, when they're doing it better than most media outlets, especially on the mainstream level, then you kind of fucking up. You're down fucking up there a little bit, I'll tell you what. Also, not gonna lie, I kind of hope, like, you know, when it comes to, like, you know, mass protests and shit, like, you know, he comes back to Portland again at some point. Because that'd be hella dope. His little ears all flipped, it's so cute. Yeah, I'm talking about you and those cute little ears all flipped over. You're so adorable. Me. Sweet little thing.
The patriarch.
Fuck the Patreon. That's what it sounded like there for a second. But it's fuck the patriarchy.
Out of your choice, ending abortion will never end abortion. It will only end safe legal access to it. And
True.
I think if you ask any of the Republicans who are so loudly shouting pro-life, if they've ever forced a mistress to have an abortion, and I think it will be shockingly alarming how many they do. We are here to advocate for all uterus havers. There are many, many accesses for you to make sure that you are still capable to receive safe and legal abortion.
Tonight, history is unfolding across the United States.
The highest court in the land, reverse course on 50.
Do you know that the minimum number for books for a library is 1,000? That's good at least. Make sure you have like a different, you know, variety of books, you know, within a library instead of being like sparsely filled. Fuck the Patreonarchy. The Patreonarchy.
Constitutional rights to an abortion, sending the issue to the states.
Hundreds, if not 1,000 protesters filled 2nd Avenue in downtown Seattle.
I actually was raised Catholic. I went to a Catholic school. My whole family is Christian now, but also my Christian family is pro-choice. I don't think you can bash the entire religion based off of it. There are a lot of pro-choice Christians out there that understand that while they may not personally feel a certain way, they can't tell other people how they can and can't feel. The thing is, if you're going to
Well, if it's 100 copies of Ben Shapiro's memoir.
that has to be separate from the government. You can't.
I would say better than it, but that would also imply book burning, and I don't want to do that. Just check them out, but just never return them.
Oppose any sort of religious beliefs. It has to be separate from the state. I mean, that's how the Constitution was formed. Everybody can argue what they want, but that's the bottom line. You have 80% of the population on this side. That's a lot of opportunity for change and hope for the future. Unfortunately, it's just in the wrong hands right now. These justices were appointed so long ago and will stay in power until they die. They were appointed at a different time, in a different era, where different things were considered acceptable, where they no longer...
Well, also 3 of them were appointed not even that long ago either.
And it's no longer the voice of the people either.
Telling the religious sects is pro-abortion, bitter water. Yeah,
that we're all here yet again.
straight up.
What are your thoughts on the Supreme Court?
They can go fuck themselves.
We just talked
I love it.
They think that the moment conception occurs, a life form has germinated. What are your thoughts on that?
I think that you can believe whatever you believe, but the second it infringes on my body, I don't give a fuck. But if you read other religions and stuff, like in Jewish law, it is required to abort a baby or a fetus if it jeopardizes the life of the mother. So you need to understand that Christianity isn't the end-all, say-all. There are a multitude of different religions, and we need to respect them all. I think it's infuriating that...
I'm more of a militant atheist, so fuck that, but okay. I mean, I agree with everything else, at least.
Has more bodily autonomy than me. You cannot force anybody to donate anything in their body, even though it can save somebody's life. And you're forcing me to potentially jeopardize my health and my safety for something that I don't even want. That's not even
Because of religion, that's why, okay, I mean, we shouldn't necessarily respect it.
in my opinion, and the opinion of a multitude of people.
I think life begins whenever the baby is physically, like, you know, pushed out of the womb. If I was in a position to where I was pregnant, I would get an abortion. I think this is extremely unfair and just backwards. It honestly just makes me feel so many emotions, sad,
I like how there's a fucking musician over there.
and just disappointed. Women
Hell yeah,
protect
dude.
our bodies, so fuck the Supreme Court.
Fuck the Supreme Court.
Changes and evolves, so do people.
That's what about the Supreme Court, fuck it.
People in office their entire life. It's
Give it a nice fat dildo and make it have to douche its asshole endlessly because it got fucked so hard. That's how much we should fuck the Supreme Court.
backwards. I think that we should at least, you know, have elections for it.
Dude, it's just fucking disappointing. Like, we just have a bunch of old white men, like, trying to decide what to do with people's bodies, and, like, that's fucked up. Like,
are you surprised?
No, fuck.
And an old black guy, too.
No, why are we surprised
Clarence Thomas.
nowadays? Like, our legal system just doesn't seem like it works.
They should not be able to be in the Supreme Court.
But he's the token guy. The second question is rhetorical. Oh, well, yeah.
And we
Of
should be able
course.
to have more of a say in who's running our country.
Aren't all other, like, levels, like, elected? So, like, why wouldn't these folks be elected as well, I guess, is what kind of where I'm thinking.
Some of these people are like 70, 80 years old. boomer mentality. It's time for a change.
Perhaps even beyond boomer.
Even beyond.
Thomas is the most extremist of the bunch. Yeah, and I think, you know, a part of him being in a interracial marriage and being like a token far-right conservative black guy, it allows him to kind of get away with being such a fucking extremist fascist. Because he could be like, well, look, you know, see, we're a bunch of crazy theocratic far-right American nationalistic fascists, but we have a black guy.
What it's called to be 10 years above boomer. I think it might be called the greatest generation.
Fuck these old men.
Who's your least favorite old man?
Clarence Thomas. Or Kavanaugh. Fuck him.
It's my old friend Mads. I'm gonna put a picture on the screen here of me and Mads 10 years ago in the studio, recorded some rap music. Mads doesn't really rap anymore. He plays guitar, but he fucking rips it.
Cause I got the coronavirus blue.
Mads, what do you think about what's going on right now?
Ooh. Good shit.
It's horrendous. It's like super sad. Feel terrible for my mom and all the women.
Hold on. I want to actually see what that channel was. Oh, wait, what was the channel again? Mads Jacobson. Here, I'm just going to do it just really quick just so I can... yeah. I just want to do it really quick. I guarantee you this dude probably is getting... oh, wow! Oh, alright. Well, I didn't mean to actually do that full up, but here, I'll just make sure I'm subscribed. Here, okay, cool. Sweet. Alright, back to this.
Think about what's going on right now.
It's horrendous. It's like super sad. Feel terrible for my mom and all the women, and it's pretty scary what's happening to this country. And yeah, women should have complete control over their own bodies. The government should stay the fuck away.
Yeah. What do you think about the idea that immediately upon...
I mean, at least outside of protecting it as a right.
...conception, an autonomous life exists inside of the womb?
I think it's ridiculous. It's like, to me it's the same as like saying maybe my semen or a sperm or an egg is like a life. It is eventually, but not immediately.
What do you think about the Supreme Court? Like,
I mean, it technically is a single-celled life. It's a single-celled organism. It's not like a full-on human life. So, I mean, it's like, as a life as, you know, a human being, of course not. But, you know, as obviously all life comes from, it's going to have, you know, some sort of a single cell, you know, to start, you know, in that process.
That they don't work to serve the common people. The majority of Americans are actually for women's rights over their own bodies. It's representing political interest of the rich and powerful. We need to abolish the Supreme Court and destroy them. Destroy the institution.
Based.
Destroy capitalism. This entire
based.
US government is built
based. Okay, I love this guy already. This guy's based.
Genocide and slavery.
Based.
Lies.
Based.
They don't care about immigrants or helping poor people or
True.
orphans. So
True.
It's just a really convenient way to look like they care about people when they don't give a fuck about other people.
True.
Thank you, bro. I appreciate it.
Goddamn. Based. Holy fuck. Okay, I'm gonna enjoy listening to this music and shit. Oh my god. Yay. Dude. Awesome.
So you want to say it, my guy?
Actually, I am a rapper still.
Still rap?
Still rap, yeah.
No fucking way.
Yeah. Yo, I believe that we gotta give the choice back to the women, cause you know they got a voice strapped. That's how we gotta be armed, ready to fight the government and the capitalists. We could do it in one night, make a new system that overthrows, make a revolution, let the people all know, no foes. You know I do this for my bros. We do this for everybody from coast to coast. So put your fist up, I'm one of the illest to kill it, representing all of the children unborn. I represent for them, cause women, they're the ones who decide. Yeah, peace and love to everybody, let's ride.
Yeah, ooh! Still rap, my guy.
Damn.
I thought you
spitting.
retired the hip-hop career.
Fucking spitting, dude.
Back into it?
Getting really into it.
Back in the day, me and Matt had a song called Crucial Polarity. I'm going to play it over this song because I believe nobody owns the rights to it. Crucial Polarity. Bring in the clarity. Solidarity.
You wouldn't call an acorn a sapling tree. You wouldn't call a naked chick. Quit calling this dumb fuck argument. Just... I know, man. I hate it.
My destiny occurred to me.
That's insane, you remember that.
I remember every one of your bars, man. So what brought you guys out here today specifically?
So we actually are invited to a church group in Kent area. We're going there to preach there tomorrow, and we wanted to come experience Seattle tonight. But you guys...
Well, you're gross and disgusting and sad and pitiful.
They're at the location of the Roe v. Wade protest.
Look at these sad, insecure bunch of boys, dude. Oh my god, dude, that kid on the closest to the camera right there is guaranteed like 15 years old. Like, oh my god, I guarantee you that kid is probably at least bisexual. Like, bruh. Like, I'm starting to have some gaydar tingling sensations here.
You guys feel about what happened?
I think it's good that they, outlawed it for sure.
We're glad for anything that would.
They didn't even do that yet. Oh my god, that kind of shows how much they, want to push this. Fucking weird ass psychopaths. Like, oh my god. Like, go to your little weird church session, you fucking filth bag. Get out of Seattle. I knew it looked familiar. Like, honestly, I was thinking this is either Portland, Seattle, and... are those the Bezos balls in the background? No, they're not. I thought they were for a second.
What way?
Well, you're ending the life of a human.
No, you're not! Fuck you!
The Bible teaches us that, that God says...
that you can have an abortion when you have some bitter water, bitch. So, shut up. Like, fuck your Bible. Fuck your God, dumbass.
At that point, life begins. Biologically, it's true that life begins there.
Oh my.
I think the bottom line is this. I think is that people are trying
You need to be slapped silly. That's the bottom line.
To find a way to get around the consequences of their actions.
By, attempting to rip that beard off your face. Yeah. I agree.
And if you're having sexual intercourse, you should expect to potentially have a child. I'm not a Democrat.
Well, that's why you have a thing called safe sex. How do you have that? Sex education. But, of course, none of you are going to advocate that. Because if you wanted to try to prevent an outcome to where you might need an abortion, then have other fucking means necessary in place to where there's accessibility to where you can prevent that from happening. Like the morning after pill, birth control, shit like that. No, you cannot say the Bible and then try to follow it up with actual science. I know, dude. I hate these people, dude. It makes me want to, like... Never mind. So, like, seriously. Like, I mean, I just... oh, my God.
Can I ask you what you think about abortion?
I mean, there's no life. There's no life yet. There's no life. Like, there's as a beating little thing or as a cell growing, it's not had a life. It doesn't have a life. It doesn't know what a life is. It has no clue what a life is. You think,
it's just a single-celled organism. Like, it's just acting based on just, like, the ribosomes, the RNA, and proteins, and all sorts of other shit.
Or, it blinks its eyes, or it sucks its thumb. Something like that, right? That proves that... Okay, but are you going to give more rights to that baby? You're going to give more rights to that fetus than you are to women, right? And then, all the children that are born, that end up in the orphanages, they end up with abusive parents, that end up on the streets, they end up all sorts of problems, dropping out of school.
It's like trying to make a deep-fried Twinkie healthy by wrapping it in kale.
In the next 10 to 20 years, okay? What are they going to do about that? Nothing. They think that that's okay. But that's not okay, right? So I don't understand why they're just being so pig-headed and stupid. I think it's an agenda. It's just a coup. It's a coup. Supreme Court's in the middle of a coup.
True and based, yes. Based and true, my femboy cross-dressing non-binary person. I'm actually wondering if this is just a dude in cross-dress or like a non-binary person or not, but I'm not too sure. But I like the cut of their jib. I like the cut of this one's jib, I tell you what. And also based.
Guys, you can't pass laws like that without asking the other two branches of government for, do you think this is cool? It's a balance of power that's not been used forever because it's been usurped. It's a coup. It's been going on since, well, I don't know, my boyfriend knows.
Yes.
I don't know, my boyfriend knows though. Probably since like the 80s onward. It's been a long process. Like, and frankly, it probably really has started mainly through Reagan specifically, but really, like, I mean, he kind of initially started the foundations of it. Like, it's been kind of, a thing that's been a work in progress or even longer than that.
So how do you guys feel about the whole Roe v. Wade thing being overturned?
God created all humans.
Oh my god, these people literally look like they're from the 1800s. She literally looks like she needs to be in, like, some sort of, like, one of those weird cottages that have, like, that, like, cloth rag washer thing. Where she literally just looks like some lady who is basically LARPing as, like, a wench from the 1800s or some shit who's, like, on one of those, like, washer rag things. That can also play as an instrument if you want to as well. God also created mosquitoes and malaria and all sorts of other pestilence, disease. Created, you know, the violence and the urges and the death and the destruction. And, you know, yeah, a lot of things. They want the U.S. to go back to the 1800s. Yeah, I mean, look at them. They literally look like they are. Only wealthy white land-owning males with the right to vote. Yep. Where women like her are basically just incubators for their fucking next of kin and hope they're males, and if they're women then they could just be the next servants and, you know, be child married into, you know, some sort of, you know, other marriage that they happen to be friends with another family down the street. I mean, I can get into more detail with this weird little thing that we can get into, this hypothetical family that we're talking about now, but it's just like, I mean, it could get worse, because it will, if these motherfuckers have their way.
We should leave it
I mean, if they want to go back to the 1800s, I hope they use muskets.
to him and not take any
Bitch, you look like you're from, like, 1843.
rights away of the human to live.
So what would you do if you got pregnant in an unwanted situation? Like,
Even if I would feel like this is not a good situation, I would like to make the situation as good as possible for the child.
So basically make the child suffer in a very poor socioeconomic situation and actually not have a good upbringing and development in its life environmentally. So making sure you pretty much stunt your kid, you know, in its life and fuck it over over time. Good job. You're a horrible piece of shit and you should never be a parent.
so at what point after conception do you believe that a sperm cell becomes sentient?
As soon as you bust that nut.
Immediately.
I knew it! I mean, obviously it wasn't in my fucking verbiage, but I mean, yeah. Go figure.
I believe the human is started at conception. I believe once it's conceived, the baby has started.
You're a fucking moron. That's not... like, fertilization doesn't happen until, like a day or two after. Like, I think on average it's about, like, 2 to 4 days. Like, because once that nut busted, it kind of, you know, it has, like, you know, it goes in, obviously, into the uterus and shit, where it's kind of all, like, you know, all up in there, you know what I mean? And then, over time, you know, the sperms just, whoop, you know, go up into the tubes and shit, and, you know, wherever the egg is, they find it. I mean, they have, like, enough, sugar stores, in their, you know, like, in them, to where they can survive for, like, up to, I think, like, 6 or 7 days, like, on their own. Just, like, a singular little sperm. So, I mean, them fuckers are out there to fucking, you know, go out there in the long haul, alright? So, I mean, you know, sometimes it might even take that. I mean, depending on the whole ovulation process, you know, too, I suppose. I mean, because guess what? It's complex biology that you stupid Puritans have no fucking comprehension or understanding of. So maybe you need not have any right, you know, to, you know, be, like, dictating this type of shit to people. It's like, this whole, like, oh my god, it makes me, like, I mean... it makes me really wonder if, like, the whole, like, trial of free speech is really, like, kind of worked out a little bit, because
Imagine, like, something horrible happened to you, you got pregnant, and, like, you were pregnant as a result of a bad situation. Like, how would you feel about bringing a kid into the world knowing that you didn't want it to be there? I mean...
Well, obviously, I'm a Christian, I believe in God, and I believe that...
That's an embarrassment.
God designed it for the woman to have a baby, and in this circumstance you're talking about...
Oh my god.
A woman that wasn't ready for it or didn't want it, but I still firmly believe that we should not kill the baby.
Even if it was you?
Yes, sir.
Interesting.
Wait, so why didn't a foster system let you adopt? Ha! They lied and said I was medically imbalanced. Let's go something like that. Clearly that's the mental foundation to raise kids. Yep. Or just like the mental constitution of fortitude. It might not necessarily be imbalanced, because she doesn't necessarily sound like, you know, fucking you know, disabled, but just stunted because of, you know, well, the imbalance of indoctrination. You could just tell she, like, grew up on, like, some rural farm where she basically had nothing to do besides be just, like, a little fucking Christian female, little, like, serfdom puppet. I mean, just look, literally look how she's fucking dressed. I mean, Jesus Christ. I hope the fuck she doesn't dress like that on a normal basis, because Jesus, oh my god. That's just like some bully material right there, honestly. Just low-key. I just look at that and be like, what are you from, the fucking 1840s? It's like, what are you doing here, Puritan? Go back to Salem. Don't you got a witch to burn or something? You know what, here. Oh, you know what, here. Hold on. I'm gonna find something dope. Low-key, though. Just saying. We need to kind of do something like this again. Okay, maybe not literally like this, metaphorically and figuratively.
Shall be raised up from the coasts of the earth. They shall hold the bow and the lance. They are cruel and will not.
They literally have a fucking, like, the Christians, dude. Yes, let's have our Archbishop, you know, be in battle with us, you know, to give us the grants of power of God. Praise be thy Lord. Shall we, you know, savage these pagans and these pro-choice savages? Praise be to God on bed. My Lord Bishop on bed. Up, here's the first round of them.
What do you think, Your Grace? Can we not expect to dispose of these heathens quite easily?
Ah, Floki, dude. Dude, Floki looks like a fucking badass. Dude, I love Floki. Dude, look how... Dude, that walk is like Chad shit right there. Just strutting. Just this fucking walk. Dude, he always has like this, like, posture. And this is just... And that's like his posture when you know he ain't fucking around. Some of Ragnar's sons there. 2 of them, at least. And here's Ivar the Boneless, another son of Ragnar. Oh yes, watch him grow. He's like, oh fuck. All the sons. Y'all got together to have a family reunion. What a, oh my god, what a lovely family reunion. Looks nice. That feeling when you know that Christianity is on the decline. God help us. I don't think he can. And he doesn't. They don't show the battle. I mean, it already, like, I mean, that's, like, because you get the idea. Like, you see it, like, I mean, you get the idea. And I love it. I love how they actually skip it to the point where it cuts after they start charging right into King Ella already been captured. Because you just know. It's like, they just kind of show you, like, this Giga Chad, like, flex move. And it's like, alright, Christians, how do you feel about this bitch? And it's like, you just know. You just already know. It's like, let's just cut to the chase. Let's just get to King Yella getting fucking blood-eagled. It's like, we know what you want. We know what you really want. It's like, God help us. I don't think he can. It's like, yeah, and guess what? He won't either today. I mean, that's why they are pushing so hard these days, too. I mean, obviously, it's not like, you know, back in the days. That's why I said figuratively. But it's just like, you know what? I mean, if they want to be all like, we shall, you know, purge, you know, instead of heathens and pagans, they're all like, these degenerates and these groomies and blah, blah, blah. It's like, alright. You know, let's just, you know, let's all just, you know, get everyone united up. You know, all the brothers together and shit. Have a little family reunion, you know, of solidarity and be like, hey, you were saying? You were saying there? You know what? That's making me want to do, like, one of those memes where it's, like, the video format where it has, like, the text over the different people and shit. You know what? It's making me want to do one of those memes in that format. Wait, what the fuck? I just got, like, a little shop notification. Oh, it's in transit. Yay! Yay! Some stuff that I have or that I need are in transit. Yay! I don't know why I'm getting a notification at 1 in the morning for that, though. But okay, yay. Oh, a little sleep boy. Man, honestly, it's like, I didn't really think I would get a little bit more, like, militantly atheistic, you know, in hindsight, honestly. Especially when it came to, like, the more militant atheistic days and shit. Just because of, like, how much, you know, as loud of a minority they are. And, I mean, really in the long run, at least, you know, little influence they really have. But in a short run, are using whatever they have left to, you know, exert their fucking dogma on everybody. I mean, it's like, You know what? Maybe they were a lot more of a threat than, you know, they actually, you know, were perceived, you know, from the time. Maybe we need round 2, or I guess it'll technically be like around like 8,546,000,000 fucking whatever the fuck. Because they, you know, they've been at it for a long time. And luckily, you know, not in our lifetimes, but in eventual, you know, future, we won't have much of an influence anymore. But unfortunately, it would have already have left its mark. I mean, because it already has. So, yay. It's actually what I kind of loved about Iceland a little bit, thinking about my trip there, is because even though there is, like, you know, churches and stuff like that, like, honestly, I mean, there isn't really that much of, like, a hardcore Christian-esque aesthetic there. It's, you know, like, if anything, there is more of, like, the, you know, at least especially in artwork, a lot more of, like, a route to, you know, kind of like some Nordic style, you know, artwork and shit. I mean, there's been some streams where I've showed the pictures before. I think probably like 2 weeks ago or something, I think I was showing some pictures. So, I mean, it's like, honestly, I mean, if anything, it's like, more and more, you know, especially in places like in Europe and North America and shit, people are more, you know, appreciating stuff that, if anything, Christianity kind of, you know, buried in the sand and shit because it, you know, was dangerous to its own fucking ideas. Because if we can't entirely, you know, like, you know, kill or enslave all of them, well, we can at least try to convert them. And that they did. It's either like convert or basically all get slaughtered. And now they're unironically are creeping up to that mentality again. They want it. They're starting to say it. But more and more they're going to start wanting to do it. And that's the real danger of it. Because a lot of these type of fucking people don't just mean it with words. That's why they're fucking, like, pushing it. It's like they're egging it on. It's like, in a way, they want it. And it's like, well, Alright. Then you fire the shot, and we'll just, shut it down right the fuck quick. Because, frankly, most people in this country ain't, really taking too kindly to your shit. Even other fucking Christians. So, get fucked. Bunch of fucking psycho Christo-fascist motherfuckers. That's why at least we should have, like, a very aggressive secular / like, minor atheist state, because, like, I don't really give a fuck, if there are churches, or if people do, have religious beliefs and shit. But, like, for fuck's sake, you're gonna at least, be having, like, a nice little leash around your neck a little bit to make sure that you don't get any more powerful than you need to. If you're, like, meant to be, like, some community little thing, then that's what you are. Like, to make sure that you spread your little, little word around with your little flock and stuff like that. But you're not going to be doing no televangelist shit. No fucking hate preaching. None of that. Oh, getting taxed too. And maybe I might compromise with tax credit ideas if they actually do help, the poor and shit like that. As long as they're not actually trying to proselytize their shit. But it's always like going to like a church that has like a soup kitchen outside. They're not going there to hear your fucking word. They're going there for food. So, don't preach it. Like they can see on the sign outside when there's services. Like every church has those fucking signs where it's like services on Sunday, 10:30 or whatever the fuck. Shit like that. So, it's like they can probably see when there are. And if they're that curious, maybe they can go inside and maybe they can, talk about it there. But not in the soup kitchen premises. If churches wish to do shit like that. Not just necessarily in the soup kitchen like type of level either, but just like, if they're actually, doing things that are helping the community. Like I'm willing to be like, alright, you can have, maybe a tax credit here and there, but you're still getting taxed. Like, instead of, like, let's say 25%, it's going to be 15% or something. It's like, all right, you're actually helping the poor and redistributing a lot of your donations into, food drives, clothing drives, and shit like that. Then, all right, we'll let you have a little credit, to help out, with maybe you having a little extra expenditure to invest in things like that. But as soon as you kind of stop doing that, you're like, alright, well, we're getting a little extra now. It's like, well, no. It's like, as soon as you immediately stop doing that, it goes right back up. So, better keep doing it. Better be, actually doing it on a legit good auspices. And there are churches that do that. So, I mean, it's why I'm willing to at least, concede the idea of something like that. But they should still be taxed. Hence why it would be more of a credit thing. Instead of, like, like how it would be with, like, a child tax credit or some shit. But there would have to be, like, some person, like, weekly or monthly, checking up on the place to make sure they're actually keeping on their word. Hence why, like, a very rigid secular / like, minor atheistic state, because, frankly, it's like, I'm sick of the fucking religious cultural influence on this shit. And how much it, like, pushes it, like, pushes itself so much down everyone's fucking throats. To the people who don't want it, to people, even to people who might be curious about it, because it just gives them an excuse to, start preaching out to them and literally everyone else around them. It's like, ugh. It's like what happened to the whole pray in the closet shit. Shouldn't really be having churches run soup kitchens to begin with. Well, yeah, I do agree with that. I mean, soup kitchens should be public institutions. Yeah, I mean, fundamentally, I'd rather have it that way. I mean, I'm just saying, at least, like, if churches if they volunteer to do so and make that, like, something that they do, then that's something that can be offered, I suppose. I mean, given, the current situation, socioeconomic standards of the country, like, public institutional soup kitchens aren't exactly going to be really that much of a thing. At least, especially not anytime soon. Though they should. I mean, it shouldn't be done by nonprofits or churches. They should be done by public institution and tax dollars and shit. Because, yeah, I'd definitely be fine if my tax dollars go into a public institution feeding people. Yeah, I would, duh. I feed myself, it's like, I should, I would at least want some of my taxes going back to help feed other people. That'd be nice. Wouldn't it feel so shitty doing my taxes outside of being frustrated on how to do them every year in the first place? I swear, sometimes this dog literally looks like a corpse. It looked like someone just like shot you like when you were walking, dude. Like mid-walk, you were just like shot and just like plopped. Just out. KO'd. Oh. Little sweet baby. Just a sweet, sweet little baby. That's not right, being the sweet little baby that he is. I still do not understand that weird little flopperoni shit he was doing earlier. I still don't get that. That shit was just like, yo, why? Why are you doing this? Why though? Oh shit, it's like 10 minutes until the 4:20 mark on the stream. I'm starting to feel a little hungry and I see some tendies, but I'm gonna hold out. I'm gonna hold it up a little bit. We're just gonna wait for that nice 4:20 mark. That is faux show. I mean, we're too close to it right now at this point. I don't gotta work tomorrow. Well, hopefully not. Because I plan on doing at least a little work here at home. Gotta re-up on a couple supplies and all that fun shit. The dishwasher looks like it's running alright and, cleaning some shit. So that makes that part of, cleaning shit that much easier. So that is nice. At least some dishes aren't like totally clean, but I think it's just because they're probably just like hella caked and just need some steel wool or some scrubby to really get that shit out. Same shit at my work, honestly. Like, there's stuff that just gets built up even running through a dishwasher. You gotta get some steel wool to really get it out. So, but either way, makes it that much easier though. So, so if I do get called in, I'll be like, hey, you're at least making sure I'm gonna make sure I at least have some time here. And then I might consider it. But here, I'll let you know. I'll hit you back up. I'll see. Because I kind of want to make up for calling in on Monday and shit a little bit. So, depending on how things are tomorrow from what I hear, then I might. But if things from my, here aren't like too bad, then I'm like, alright, well. See, this is shit. Like, because honestly, you can't predict what day is going to be fucked and what day isn't. God, that's what I hate about it. I feel like Thursday would be, though, because it's closer to Friday. But Wednesday also tends to be pretty fucking busy, at times. I mean, if it's on Wednesday, at least I have onion nuggets, So, there's that. Ooh, I can finally actually donate for adding on to their tier shit, because I actually got a little expenditure. Make sure that we get, like, whatever. I hope they have, like, a Jordan Peterson thing or some shit for, like, one of their Onion Nuggets little tier segment things. I know they always have cops. They always do that, so I'll make sure that we, tomorrow we get some of that. Because they love to sprinkle that out. But if it's in, like, a whole braid of, like, a whole tier segment, then it's like, ooh. I mean, we gotta. Honestly, I just love how they, how DFF, went from Flash Fry to Onion Nuggets. I honestly think it's, like, the evolution that was necessary for, like, the Wednesday shows. I really like it. Like, because of, you know, it's not necessarily just the news, but all sorts of other stuff, too. Like, you know, watching, like, freakouts, hogs being hogs, other shit. You know, like, I mean, you know, every now and then, like, some tier lists and shit like that. So, it adds a little bit more variety that makes it more, I guess, absorbable for all, like, the fucked shit, you know, when it comes to, like, the cop segments or, like, the news segments and shit like that. You know, especially when they all kind of get spread out into little tier segments that they do and shit. I mean, it's like, hey, that's nice. I like that, Holmes. Because sometimes you kind of have to get through, like, a meme segment, like, you know, a tier list or some shit that they're going to be doing. And you're like, all right. It's like, maybe I'm not feeling this. I want to see that, like, Shapiro segment that they got right after that. So, it's a good little drive to, you know, make sure that, you know, to keep themselves, you know, nice and happy, healthy, and funded. From my understanding, they are doing more gauntlets after the Shapiro gauntlet. It had such positive results that they're definitely going to be doing more gauntlets, and it's like, fuck yes. I definitely can have some ideas. Like, there should definitely be a John Doyle gauntlet, because he is just a fucking insufferable little shitbag. And also pretty forgettable, but nonetheless, you know, I think, you know, that would be a little interesting one. I would say Matt Walsh, but he's also really boring, but he is a part of the Daily Wire and affiliated with Ben Shapiro. So, I think that would be a good one. Jordan Peterson, of course. I think that's going to be the next gauntlet whenever they do it. And then, there's a couple others I've thought in the past. Ooh, Sargon of Akkad, maybe? Dave Rubin. Oh, God. You know, just the thought of that gauntlet. Oh, that would be a fucking gauntlet. Because he's so boring and so just... oh, my God. Oh, just the thought of it. Man, would people even want that? Like, I mean, they already kind of do that anyway. They have, like, the mini-sodes where they go into. They already did 2 little mini-sodes. They already did kind of, like, 2 30-minute, like, so, well, actually, an hour and a half. Like, the second episode was an hour long. Or nearly an hour. So, yeah, about, like, an hour and a half's worth of, Dave Rubin gauntlets, just kind of split into chunks, but nonetheless, gauntlets against the Rubin. So they might not do him because of that. I mean, these gauntlets have to always be torture, though. I wonder if that's kind of the thing. I wonder if the gauntlets are more like, you know, how long can we, like, you know, kind of laugh at their, like, misfortunes until we start feeling bad, like Andy Dick or something. Like an Andy Dick gauntlet. Like, how far until we legitimately start feeling bad and sympathetic and just like, man, you just need help, brother. We just want to help you, you know, and all that shit. And they just kind of break down at some point, like, man, Andy Dick, contact us. We'll help you, man. TJ would be like, I'm moving soon, Andy Dick. I'll let you live with me and we'll get your life set in order and straight. Oh my goodness. I don't think Andy Dick will take that proposition, though. I still remember that fucking, oh my god, that, what's it called? The, where you, like, donate to the, like, these celebrities and shit. I'm forgetting the app. I know if I just looked up DFF Andy Dick, it'll... Here. Okay, yeah, here's that.
One.
Yeah, I just want to hear what... Okay. So, yeah. Here.
Make you filled with glee, Scotty, but I don't know if we want to unveil it on a grease trap.
Here, hold on.
Like, you know, look, I love the paywall, but I mean, Jesus Christ. You know,
I'm just letting you know.
Here, what? I just want the app name.
Wow, a long cameo. I didn't get
Cameo. I don't know why I was blanking on the name. Cameo. That's all I needed. Just Cameo. Honestly, I might have to rewatch that. But I love just that. I mean, that's the kind of the very proto beginning of the whole like cameo bit that Andy Dick did, and holy shit, it gives me bundles of joy and laughter and endless happiness every time I see it. Like, I just laugh my ass off every time I see it. And like, cause somebody in the background occasionally is just like, "Fuck you, Scotty," and which is probably his coke dealer, very highly likely. It's like, good lord. He's like, "Here's some spam," and it's literally just like some La Mexicana fucking like, what was it? It was like enchilada sauce or something. It was straight up like some enchilada sauce, and he's like, "Here's spam." It's like, that's literally not spam. It's like, what the fuck? It's like, holy shit, Dios mío, cabrón. Dios mío. It's like, man, I just love laughing at Andy Dick's misfortunes. He's just great. He's great for his sad misfortunes. That's what I love about it. Oh my god, we're about like 30 seconds till that 420 mark. Hell yeah. I've just been sitting on it. We're just waiting. Lying in wait like a landmine. So if you have one ear flipped, and it's adorable. And he's passed out and asleep with that ear flipped and don't even give a fuck. And it's so cute. And a 420 mark. Spoke if it got him. But anyway, think call good for the last little bit of lovely evening. I love how you know when I'm ready to wrap shit up. You just know my lingo. Silly dog. But the food is calling me. So, peace out. Of course.